Hi guys, it's Sam from Made by Erin. Thank you for joining me today. This is the tutorial for the newest pattern by Sewfisticated Craft Designs. This is the Taylor. So this bag comes in two versions, the binded and the birthed. This video is for the binded version. I do also have a separate video for the birthed, and I've also done a third video for the padded strap, which is a pattern that would be very useful for this bag, but also very useful for any bigger bag. So make sure you check out the padded strap, but also the birthed video if that's what you wanted to do instead. Okay, now let's talk about the Taylor. So the Taylor has been a bag that's been 18 months in the making. So it has been going on for a long time. It has been a loving process. A lot has gone into these bags. A lot of changes have gone into this bag. The binded is the original prototype, what we wanted to happen, what we wanted to see. Now, because of polls that we've done in Sewfisticated Craft and people saying they are more comfortable with birthed, the birthed version was created. So that's why there are two versions. Do you need both or do you only need the one? Personally, you can have both. Not gonna say no, of course you can. They are very similar. It's all about skill levels, what you prefer and what design you prefer. The biggest difference is the side gusset. So on the birthed side gusset, it is a simple zipper pocket that just goes down, and it's exactly the same on both sides. On the binded, it is a curved pocket, and on one side you have a curved pocket with mesh pockets just like this on the flap and on the actual bag, and on the other side it is a shoe compartment. So this goes all the way in, so you can put your shoes in it without getting the inside of your bag dirty. You can also replace the shoe compartment with another one of the mesh pockets if you don't want a shoe compartment. Okay, so that's some options for you. So personally, the binded comes with a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more choices. Now, in terms of difficulty rating as well, the birthed is rated higher difficulty than the binded, is rated higher difficulty than the birthed. The reason being is the side panel. It's not the binding, it's the side panel. So the side panel, because of the curves and the zippers, it can get tricky. If you're used to curves, if you're used to zippers, this shouldn't be a problem for you at all. Now, the tricky part for me for the birthed is the bulk. So if you have a lot of space, if you have the ability to maneuver bulk, the birthed wouldn't be a problem at all. The birthed is actually super simple, straightforward, pretty easy sew. Apart from the bulk. Get over the bulk, you're fine. And the binding is so easy. It's mainly straight lines, so easy. It's the side gusset is the trickiest part, and even that I can talk you through it. So don't worry, we've got this, okay? Now, the bag. I will have a video towards the back of this video, so a chapter towards the back of this video called The Final Review. Go to that to check out the bag in more detail if you'd like to, if you haven't already seen it. I don't want to go on too long. This video is already going to be so long. But this is the outside, that's the inside. So it's a garment bag that folds up into a duffel. It's magic, it really is. So I've made a few of them for this test. I love it, it's gorgeous, it's super fun. So yeah, let's stop talking, let's start sewing. So follow me on, let's have some fun. One quick thing I wanted to mention quickly, I forgot in the intro because let's be fair, I'm obviously pretty scatterbrained most of the time. So in these videos, I do make a fair few mistakes. I'm not gonna hide it, I'm not gonna lie. I have included all of those mistakes in the video as well as fixes to them. Now, this is obviously a super long video. My videos are all chapterized, so jump to the chapter that suits you. If you don't want to follow me along for the whole ride, I would love for you to, but obviously I know not everyone has the time. But otherwise, let's get going. Okay, so first of all, let's go through some of the things that we're going to use. I'm not going to go through each piece in detail. I'm just going to tell you what types of materials I'm using. If you're not sure what piece is what, inside the pattern instructions, Jassy actually has pattern overviews. So it shows you exactly what piece is what, and it is completely referenced to make it easier for you to cut. Okay, so for me, for this make, for the external, I am using vinyl faux leather for the base and the main panels. I am using a cotton canvas for the pockets, as well as the side gusset. The side gusset top piece, I am using a faux leather vinyl. Moving to the inside of the bag, I am using two different colored meshes. This is the mesh from Sewfisticated Supplies. I love it because it's got some structure to it. It makes it really easy to sew. I'm using two different colors because I'm running out of colors. So I'm using teal as well as a purple. All of my linings are completely waterproof. Again, they're all completely sourced from Sewfisticated Supplies. I love them because they are waterproof. They don't need interfacing. So that's the reason why I use it. So I've got the Sewfisticated Twill in Periwinkle. I have a Vibrant Voo in Plum, Vibrant Voo in Seafoam, Vibrant Voo in Baby Pink, and this is a hexagon ripstop material. I don't believe Jassy is going to stock that, but if she does, that's what that is. So these are all of the fabrics that I am going to use. Moving on, we also have a stabilizer piece. So this is my stabilizer. It is again from Sewfisticated Supplies. It is a Sewfesticated foam. So this is the Sewfesticated foam in heavy. So what it is it's a self-adhesive foam. So I don't have to iron it or heat it to adhere it. It is just stuck on. Okay, let's move on to zippers and hardware. Okay, moving on to the hardware and other supplies that we need. So we've got a lot of zipper tape. As you can see, there's a lot of zipper tape there. I'm using two different colors. Inside I'm using green, outside I'm using purple. This is a separating zipper tape. So I haven't cut it to size yet, but when I cut it and I cut the stop off, I'll even be able to change the zipper pull, which I will do, and I will show you guys how to do that if you wanted to change that zipper pull. Okay, so that's all there. This is why I want to change it, because these zippers are not fun. There we go. Okay, we also need some Velcro. So you need the hook and the loop. So the hook is the scratchy bit and the loop is the softer bit. Webbing. So the pattern calls for 1 1/4 inch to 1 1/2 inch webbing. So that's what this is. If I change colors, I will let you know. I believe this is the color I am going to use. I'm pretty certain of it, but if you've watched any of my videos, I do change my mind sometimes. Okay, so I am doing a sneaky thing. So I don't have 1 1/2 inch webbing. 1 1/2 inch D-rings, sorry. So I am actually going to also use some 1 inch webbing for the D-ring connectors. So if you have 1 1/2 inch webbing and 1 1/2 inch D-rings, then you can just use 1 1/2 inch for the D-ring and the D-ring connector and the handles. I don't. So I am using 1 1/2 inch webbing for the handles, 1 inch webbing for the D-rings, and of course 1 inch D-rings. So you'll need 2 D-rings to match your webbing size. A lot of zipper pulls. So if my maths and counting is right, 11 zipper pulls, 5 bag feet. So make sure you've obviously got the foot, and if you are using Chicago screws like I am, then you've got the matching screw as well. So we need 5 of those, as well as some binding, however you choose to bind. I like to use fold over elastic, so that's some of the fold over elastic I will be using. I didn't mention this while we were talking about the fabrics, but also a little bit of, I think the pattern calls for Deckerville Light. I don't have Deckerville Light. It's really hard for me to source here in Australia. It's really expensive. So I am actually using fusible buckram. So this is just to help add strength for your D-ring connectors, because obviously that's going to hold a lot of weight. Okay, so let's keep moving on. Okay, now let's talk about some of the notions that you may find helpful. So first of all, over here, I've got some painter's tape. We have lots of clips there. You are going to need lots and lots and lots of clips for this pattern, just because of the size of it, okay? A lighter or a way to singe your stuff that needs singeing, I guess. I have a little screwdriver that is for my bag feet for the Chicago screws. Fabric safe pen, so I have a vinyl fabric safe pen and a heat erasable fabric safe pen. Hump jumpers, so this is a set of 2. They're 4 different widths, so I've got these ones ready as well. If you do not have hump jumpers, you can use anything that can help you get your sewing foot level. So I have been known to use rulers, I've been known to use fabric, I've been known to use whatever I can find near me if I can't find my hump jumpers. We also need some double-sided tape, pokey stick or a hemostat, whatever you prefer to help hold fabric in place. Some super glue or some sort of glue. I like to use them on my Chicago screws. Obviously scissors, thread scissors, a hole puncher. This is optional, so this is for the flap to cover the zipper opening. So you can either use cam snaps or buttons. So if you are using cam snaps or buttons, you also need a way to attach them. I will be using my handheld press. I've got all the thingy-majigs for it. So that's everything there. The only thing you may notice if you've watched any of my other videos that I am missing is my seam ripper. I believe in the seam ripper curse. Whenever you don't have the seam ripper, you are seam ripping like crazy. So get your seam ripper out and have it nearby. My 3 seam rippers have all gone missing in the last week and I have done so much seam ripping, it is embarrassing. But anyway, wish me luck. No seam ripping today. Okay, so let's keep going. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we are going to adhere the stabilizer, Deckerville Light, whatever you're using, I'm using fusible buckram, to the back of the external side gusset zipper pocket piece, sorry. So before I do that, the first thing I'm going to do is actually mark out all my center points, top and bottom. And then I am going to adhere the stabilizer on or interfacing, whatever this is. So there is a measurement in the pattern piece, in the pattern instructions, to tell you where it is. It's centered and it's down by a measurement, or you can just bring the pattern piece over and measure it up that way. Obviously, I can't bring pattern pieces or rulers into the tutorial, but everything is right there in the instructions, okay? So let me quickly go adhere it and I'll be straight back. Okie dokie, so that's all done now. I've marked top and bottom and I've adhered the stabilizer. So we're going to put these 2 pieces aside and we're going to be moving on to the base. Okay, so we're moving on to the base. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to mark all of my center points. Okay, after I've marked all of the center points, I am going to be adhering the stabilizer. So like I said before, I am using Sewfisticated foam from Sewfisticated Supply. I am using the heavy version. You can use premium as well, but I found with my other 2 makes that I made before this one, the heavy is perfect for faux leather. So one of the things that I love the most about Sewfisticated foam is you literally unpeel it and stick it down. Thing to watch out for with this one is it is just a very giant piece. Okay, once you are happy with how it is adhered, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to install the bag feet. Okay, so for the bag feet, we're going to need a hole puncher, a screwdriver if you are using Chicago screws, obviously your bag feet, and super glue. So first of all, we're going to mark out the positioning. All the positions are in the pattern instructions. I obviously can't measure it out on camera because I can't give out Jassie's measurements, but I will quickly do that off camera and come back. Okay, so I've marked all the spots. As you can see, I am a very messy marker. So we've got the center and then we've got 4 others there. Yeah, so 5 marks altogether. Now, first of all, we're going to punch our holes through, and then after we've punched our holes, we're going to get these through. So obviously you can use a hole punch if you like. Another little trick that I like to do with these guys is actually just use my stiletto, my pokey stick. Literally just poke straight through. There we go. So I've poked through all those spots. The next thing I'm going to do is install the bag foot. If you've never done it, so first of all, I like to put the screw through first from the back. Because I used my pokey stick instead of using the hole puncher, the hole is smaller, so it took a little bit more to push it down, if you did see that. I then like to just put a little drop of glue right inside it. Now, if you are using super glue like me, it does dry very quick, so make sure you are on the move. And then you literally just screw it straight in. Okay, and if you need to tighten it at all, use the screwdriver. There we go. Okay, now after I've done that, this isn't necessary, but I like to do it anyway, is just grab a tiny bit of painter's tape and just stick it down on the other side of that screw. There we go. Okay, and we're going to do that with the other 4 markings that we've done, exactly the same process. Okie dokie. There we go. That's all the bag feet installed. And I'll just quickly painter's tape them all, and we will keep moving on. And there we go. That is the base with the bag feet all installed. I used a different part of my video, so that's why the color is different, but it is exactly the same. Okay, so let's keep moving on. Okay, so we're going to be working with our ZB zipper tapes and ZTB zipper tab. If you haven't already singed your zipper tape, make sure you do that now. It's just good housekeeping to stop your zipper tape from fraying. If you haven't already installed your zipper pulls, also do that now. Okay, next we're going to grab our zipper tab. We're going to cut it into 2 equal halves. We're going to match it right sides together to the zipper tape where the zipper pull's bottom is, like towards the bottom end. I'm going to clip that in place, and then we're going to take it over to the sewing machine, and we're going to sew that together with a 3/8 seam allowance. Then we're going to turn it around, fold it back, and top stitch it. But I'll show you over at the sewing machine. So we're doing that with both of the ZB zippers. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie, so we've got our 2 zipper tapes. Like I said before, we're just sewing it together with a 3/8 seam allowance first. So we're doing that on both, but I'm just going to do one at a time. You may find that you need a hump jumper because of the height difference between the zipper. So that just helps prevent skip stitches. Oh, going too far. Okay. And then we are going to flip that around, press that in place, bring the edge down to the edge of the zipper tape, and then fold again. And then we are going to top stitch it to hold it closed. So depending on which side you're doing it, if you're doing it this way like me, you're top stitching along this edge at 1/8. If you're doing it the other way around, then you are top stitching from that edge at 1/4 inch. The end measurement is exactly the same. It just depends on which side you measure it from. Okie dokie. Okay, so that's the first one done. And we're doing exactly the same for the second zipper as well. So 3/8 berth, top stitch. And this is exactly why we use a hump jumper. See how that's got skip stitches? So all of that top stitching didn't go down. So we're going to start again on that top stitch. And there we go. That one's actually stitched down. Okie doke. So let's go back over to the top view. Okay, so we've just attached the zipper tabs on both of those. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to mark a mark on the zipper tape so that we can create 90-degree angles. So there are measurements in the pattern instruction. The measurement is from the bottom up, so I've already marked them there. Now, the way I like to do my 90-degree angles, there's plenty of ways to do it. There's lots of tips and hints on all the bag groups on how you can do it. For me, the easiest is to fold it right on that spot with the zipper still attached to each other, so I haven't opened it up yet. Make sure that your zipper tape is matching your zipper tape, so that means that this line that you've just folded is indeed even and flat. And then I like to singe that side here. So this just helps hold the crease better while I fold. It doesn't hold it together, so you still need to baste, but this helps me get, for me, the prettiest outcome. It does help to have a lighter with gas too. Okay, so that's not going to work for me today. Okay, that's fine. So I folded it really tight, and then that fold then comes up to the zipper tape. Matches that, and same on the other side. Okay, and then I'm going to take that over to the sewing machine and I'm going to baste that in place. I'm going to do that on the second one too, so I'm going to quickly get this one organized before I take us over. Okey-doke. So follow me over to the sewing machine. We'll get those basted down. Okie dokie. So we're just going to quickly baste these two 90-degree angles down. And the other zipper. Okie dokie. So that's your two 90-degree angles all done. So let's head back over to the overhead view and keep going. Okie doke. So we're going to be moving on to the external zipper pockets. So first of all, identify if you have a front or back. Oh, this is tricky. I think I'm going to use that for the front. Yep, this is my front, this is my back. Okay, so I'll put my back aside for now. We don't need you. Get rid of one of the zippers. So first things first is marking all our center points as always. And center point on your zipper tape, sorry, I should say, as well. Then we're going to match the zipper to the front exterior top. So zipper to the top of it and right sides together, center to center, clip that in place. And then what we're going to do is we are going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to baste that together with a 1/8 seam allowance. Next, we're going to bring in the front panel lining, sandwich it so it's all right sides together, sew it all together, flip it out, top stitch, but I will talk you through it over at the sewing machine. So follow me over. Okie dokie. So first of all, we are going to baste this zipper tape onto the front zipper panel. So we're just basting, so it's a 1/8 seam allowance. Once that is basted on, we are going to grab our lining. A little bit more. There we go. I'm going to grab our lining piece. We're going to match it right sides together, sandwiching that zipper tape. And we're going to sew it together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then after we've done that, we are going to turn the fabric right side out, finger press and top stitch and baste around the perimeter. Okay, so let's bring the sewing machine back. So 1/4 inch seam allowance. As we come to the bit where the zipper tab sticks out with the 90°, you may need a hump jumper. And then we are going to, if you need to, you can trim off that zipper tape. Mine's okay, so I'm not going to. And then I'm just going to trim off those corners to help reduce bulk later on. And then finger press and turn it right side out. Okie doke. So just going to put a quick clip down on that bottom edge there. I just find it easier when I'm working with fabric like this, like the softer types of fabric. It's just, I don't know, easier for me. And then we are top stitching this with a 1/8 seam allowance. So top stitching the top, and then the bottom is getting basted, which really is the same thing. Again, zipper tape, hump jumper if you need it. Oh no, didn't catch the bottom, so this bit went a little bit crazy. That's fine. Just cut that, let it lie back flat, and I will sort it. Doke. There we go. So you guys saw my fabric curl up a little bit. That's because the fabric on top was shifting as I was top stitching, basting. So the easiest option is actually leave the top stitching, because the top stitching was perfect, and I'm just going to come back through and redo the basting, but do it other side up. This is what happens. I said, because I don't have a flatbed machine, so my fabric can shift and move, especially if it is a stretchier type fabric, or if it is a thinner fabric, but it is fine. So that's my front zipper pocket all done. So I'm going to put that aside and let's keep moving on. Okie dokie. So now back panel. Okay, so like always, mark all your center points first. Okay, so this is similar to the front panel, except we are actually attaching the zipper tape to the bottom of this. Okay, so right sides together, center to center to the bottom. Sorry, I turn it around because it's easy for me to clip this way. There we go. And what we're going to do now is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to baste that down with a 1/8 seam allowance. Then we're going to bring in the back pocket exterior lining piece, zipper pull, sandwich it in between, and sew it all together. So follow me over and I will talk you through it. Okie dokie. So like we did with the front, we are just basting the zipper on, but the zipper is being basted on the bottom, like I said before. So it's just a 1/8 basting stitch. Dokie. Now that that's done, we are going to grab the lining fabric and we are going to match that up to the external zipper pocket. So grab that lining fabric. Remember, the zipper tape is on the bottom, right? So that's why it looks like that. So it's upside down. Right sides together, and we're going to clip it in place. Now with the back pocket, so obviously with the front we only sewed that top edge. with this back pocket, we're actually going to do the top. Well, actually that's the bottom, but the top and the bottom. So we're going to sew both of those together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance on both of them. Okay, so clip that in place. Let's bring the sewing machine back in. So this is being sewn together with a 1/4 inch, like I said before. Okay, grab your hump jumper if you need it for that change in height, thickness, that word. Okay, so that is the 1/4 inch, and then the top as well. Now that that's done, we're going to trim off those corners just to help reduce bulk. If you would like to, you can trim that zipper as well. If you do trim it, make sure you also singe it. Okie doke. And then we are going to turn this right side out. Once it's turned right side out, we're going to finger press the seams. Go. Okay, and what we're going to do now is we are going to top stitch and baste. So 1/8 all around the whole perimeter. So technically top stitch, and these two are base stitches. Okay, so let's bring the sewing machine back in. So I like to top stitch from the top seam, even though that's not the seam with the zipper first, because to me that's the seam that people will most likely see. So I like to do that one first. As we come to the zipper tape, remember, if you need a hump jumper, have it ready. There we go. So that's the back exterior pocket all done too. So let's keep moving on. Okie dokie, so we're moving on to the separating zipper. Like I've said before, my zipper is longer than required by the pattern, so I'm going to cut off the excess that isn't required. Now, before I cut that off, I've obviously got my zipper pull over here because I don't want this zipper pull anyway. If you are keeping the zipper pull and you've got a longer one, make sure you move your zipper pull down to where you are cutting, okay? So cut that off. And like good housekeeping, every time you cut zipper tape, make sure you singe it to fix that back up. Now, if like me, you are going to be changing your, here's how we do it. So quickly just undo that, slide that bit out. You're going to get the side of the zipper tape with the stopper. Go and get your new zipper pull. And we're going to actually insert the zipper pull backwards. So instead of going in that way like you normally would, we're going in this way. And we're just putting it in from the bottom and sliding it all the way down. Now, once you've done that, you're going to get the second piece of the zipper tape, the one with the other side of the stopper. Slide it in. And there you go. That's your separating zipper with a different zipper pull. Okay, so moving on with the pattern, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to mark a mark on the zipper tape from the bottom up. So I've already done that off camera. That's these marks here. And we are just going to do a 90-degree angle there. So there's a few different ways to do it. Some people like to just fold it and baste straight away. Some people like to just hold it together with with fire, I guess, flame it and melt it and hold it in place. I do a mixture of two. So I like to fold it, melt the bit so that my fold is perfectly crisp, bring my fold across to the top like that, and then I will go to the sewing machine and baste that in place. Okay, so let me just quickly do the other side first. Okay, before I baste it in place, I just like to close up my zipper and double check that that is pretty even, which it is. I'm happy with that. So we'll go over to the sewing machine and just do a quick little basting stitch there just to hold it down. Okay, so follow me over. Okie dokie, so we're just basting this shut. So I like to do this end first because it's a bit easier and for me. I like to put my needle down first to hold it in place, grab my pokey stick, and I use my pokey stick to hold it down while I take the clip off. Okay, and to hold it all in place. I do back stitch. For me, it makes me feel like it holds that zipper tape back a little bit better. I don't know, it could be in my head, but for me, that's what I find works best. And other side, again, using my pokey stick to hold it in place. Get the needle down. And I'm going to back stitch first to pull that zipper back in right up against the fold. Again, I don't know if that back stitch actually makes a difference. To me it does, but that's how I like to do it. Okie doke. There you go. So that's now your two 90-degree angles basted. So let's move back over to the other view. So we're going to grab our main panel, and now that we've done our separating zipper and we've got our 90-degree angles, first things first, if you haven't already, mark all of your center points, top and bottom, on the main panel and your center point on the zipper as well. Here we go. Now, if you have a preference for front and back panel for your main, make sure you know which is which and mark it if you'd like. So I'm going to say this one is my back panel, so I'll put a B on it. This one's my front panel, so I'll put an F on it. Okay. And, oh, I forgot to mark my zipper, so quickly mark my center points for my zipper as well. Okay, now, you have options here whether you separate the zipper tape now or later. In Jassie's instruction, she has to separate it now, but some of the testers' tips is that it's, for them, they line it up easier if they separate it later. I like to separate it now, get it over and done with, especially because I've marked all my center points. So let's get that separated. Now, if you did have a front and back preference, the zipper that has the stoppy bit and your zipper pull, that's for your back panel. Which is this one here. And the one without it, so it has the sliding bit, that's for your front panel. So you're going to match it up with your front panel, right sides together, center to center. Clip that into place. And then we're going to take it over to the sewing machine and we're going to baste it together with a 1/8 seam allowance. We are also doing that on the other piece as well. The back panel, I should say, sorry. So that's your front panel. And then your back panel, we are doing the same thing. Right sides together, center to center. Okay, follow me over to the sewing machine and we'll get that basted down with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so follow me over. Okie dokie, so let's get these basted on. So we are just basting it, so it's just a 1/8 seam allowance. Okie dokie. That's the first one, and then the next one, doing the same thing, basting it with a 1/8. There we go. It's all done. So we'll head back over to the overhead view and keep moving on. Okay, now we're going to move on to attaching our front zipper pocket to our front main exterior panel. Okay, so first things first, make sure you have the right front panel. Okay, so the front zipper should be the one with the stopper on the right hand side and the corner on the left hand side. If you had written down sheets, there it is right there. So it's the one without the zipper pull, okay? And then next thing, if you haven't already, make sure you've marked all your center points. I thought I did on this one, but it's not super clear. So I might remark it. just to be sure that I know exactly where it is. Okay, my front panel is obviously marked already. Now, Jassy has given us a measurement. The measurement is from the top down, okay? So you're going to measure from the top down. You're going to draw a line, and then you are going to match your zipper to that line. I am going to quickly bring out my ruler, obviously off camera, so that I can quickly draw that line, and I'll come straight back. Give me 2 seconds. Okie dokie. So I've just drawn that line. I don't know how well you can see it. It's a silver pen there, so it could be a bit tricky, but you can just kind of make out a line just along there. So it's quite long because it's the length of the whole zipper. Jassy has all the measurements there, so don't worry. I also like to just do a little mark right on that center point because I like to mark all of my zippers, right? So when I measure up my zipper to that mark, right sides together, and then I can level out the zipper along that mark, and everything will be perfectly straight and equal, and that's what we're doing. So we are putting that zipper pocket right sides down to the main panel, and it is upside down. Your line is right there that you've just marked, so you're matching the zipper tape to that line. Now, depends on how you like to do it. If you want to chance it, just head straight over, hold it in place, hope it doesn't move. I like to use painter's tape. So I just grab some painter's tape and I just kind of stick it down a little bit, just like that. And then just for safety measures, I just grab 2 clips and clip in on those corners. Okay. So that way, when I head over to the sewing machine, if it does move, it's not the end of the world because I still have my line there, right? So I can still match it back up, but you've already gone this far. You've matched it. Why not just make sure it's secure? Okay, so that's what I've done. So that's all stuck down and ready to go. So follow me over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew this zipper tape down with a 1/8 seam allowance. And then after that, we're going to sew another line at a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? So follow me over to the sewing machine and we'll get that started. Okie dokie, so we're over at the sewing machine now, and we're just going to, like I said before, we're sewing it down with a 1/8 seam allowance and then a 1/4 inch. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just double checking that my zipper tape is still exactly where I want it to be. It's lined up against that line that I drew. Now, because I'm starting at the start of the zipper, you might find that you need a hump jumper just to help it get a nice little finish. So the 1/8 bastes it down. So one of the biggest tips I will give you is, so here, I've obviously got my zipper pull here. The zipper pull doesn't interfere with my sewing. I could easily get through it, but it's not too obvious on this zipper tape. But you see how there's still a little bulge, how that's not a straight line? That's caused by the zipper pull, because obviously the zipper pull is wider, so it just causes a little bit of distortion. So what I like to do is, even though it doesn't interfere with the sewing, I still like to move it out of the way so that I get a straighter line. See how it's instantly straighter? Even though it's not super noticeable on the zipper tape, it's still noticeable enough. So it just gives me a cleaner, straighter finish, okay? Okay, now that that's done, we're just going to move back to the start again, and we're going to go through that with a 1/4 inch. Now, the fun thing with the 1/4 inch is the zipper pull no longer interferes, because no matter how I move this, it doesn't change this because it's already basted down. But we just need to get it out of the way to stop it from actually getting in the way of my sewing now. So this is a 1/4 inch. So the way I work it for my machine, and what works easiest for me, is there's 2 ways I can go about it. So this line was done at 1/8. I know because I used my sewing foot as a guide. So I use my sewing foot again as a guide for this line, or for the 1/4 inch, and I used it against that first line that I did. The other way that I know as well is my actual wider sewing foot. If I do a 1/4 inch on a zipper, it should be right up butting heads against that zipper pull. So that's how I know it. So mine is done by feel. If you are not comfortable or confident doing it by feel, you can get a pen and draw on it, okay? Just do a 1/4 inch with chalk or something, I don't know, to be honest, you could probably just use a pen. It's going to be on the back side of the zipper. No one's going to see it. But yeah, that's what I do. There we go. So that's all sewn down. So now what I'm going to do before I meet you guys back over on the overhead is I am going to trim off all of my loose threads, like as you can see here, because there's obviously thread ends that I left from when I did the zipper tab. So I'm going to trim all of those off. I'm going to trim off all the threads that I did before, as well as on the other side, the 90-degree angle, because this zipper tape is going to be viewable inside the pocket if you actually are going to view it. So you just want to try and get rid of all the threads. Just make sure there's no threads poking out, making it super obvious and I guess annoying. Okay, so I will do that and then I'll meet you guys back over on the overhead view. Okie dokie. So that zipper pocket is now sewn down. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this down. I'm going to match that center of the zipper pocket that I marked to the center of the main panel. And it should line up perfectly. Now there are two measurements that Jassy has given us in the pattern instructions. That is from the outside in, okay? So if you had a ruler, now is where you would bring that ruler in and you would measure it to make sure that this is equal. I can kind of tell it is based off the fact that this is checkered, so it's kind of, there's no room for error for me. But yeah, so you're just going to measure that and double check that that is right. I know mine is because I've checked before. I came over here and I am confident in my work. Okay, that sounded cocky. That's not what I mean. But anyway, okay, so also after you've clipped that bottom, I'm just going to grab some painter's tape. So this is a canvas, and as you can see, like this is quite far off from there. So I'm going to actually also stick this down. By sticking it down, it makes it a little bit more secure so that everything stays exactly where it's supposed to as I'm sewing. So that, yeah, just to keep it all intact pretty much is what I'm trying to say here. So, okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to baste that pocket down completely. So it's going to be a 1/8 seam allowance around the side and the bottom. And yeah, so follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that basted down. Okie dokie, so let's get this basted on. Sorry, I'm just making sure everything's in place. Okay, so this one, like I said before, we are basting all the way around. So I'm just going to start at this top corner, which is where I've stuck this tape down. And we're basting with a 1/8 seam allowance. It is just a basting stitch, so it's nothing too fancy. I do like to go backwards on that top corner. I don't know why. It just makes me feel a little bit more secure. So I'm doing it. I really should have trimmed off some of these threads first. There's threads everywhere. Okie dokie, so that's all done. So I'm just going to trim some of these loose threads off and I will meet you back over at the overhead and we will keep moving on. Okie dokie, and moving on to the back panel. So same thing with the back panel. We have a measurement in the pattern instructions. The measurement is from the bottom up this time, however, because obviously your zipper is on the bottom. So I'll bring that up close like I did on the other one. I've drawn the line and I've marked the center point, okay? So what we're going to do this time is we're going to mark it again, right sides together, upside down. Well, I'll actually make it right side up, won't it? Because this is upside down. Anyway, upside down and right sides together, close that zipper tape up. I like to have my zipper tape closed while I'm measuring this so that I have a straighter line to work with, because as you can see when it's opened, it bows, right? So you don't have a straight line. Okay. I'm matching my center of my zipper tape to the center marking right there. Sorry if you see my head. This is something I didn't say on the front pocket. Here's a little tip that sometimes I like to do as well when I'm working with this. I'll even just stick a bit of painter's tape right on that center point. Okay. And I remove it as I sew it. So like as I get to that point. So just kind of like how you would use clips, but I use tape. Okay, so this one obviously doesn't have as much space for you to add painter's tape on. So I still clip those two edges after I've lined up that zipper and it's straight and I'm happy with it. I then also still cheat and I still add a bit of double-sided painter's tape. Probably has no use, but I like my painter's tape. Painter's tape is now my secret weapon, I should say, for everything. Okay, so that's stuck down. And like we did with the front panel, what we're going to do is we're going to go in with a 1/8 seam allowance, and then we're going to go in a second time with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so follow me over and let's get this back panel done too. Okie dokie, so we're at the sewing machine. So we are sewing this on like the front first with a 1/8 seam allowance and then going back through with a 1/4 inch. Oh, sorry, this is vinyl, so let me just roll it out of the way to get myself into a better position. Again, I'm just lining up my zipper tape to make sure that it is still completely flat, exactly where I want it to be against the, against the line that I drew. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so first of all, I am doing the 1/8. Okie dokie. And then now we're just going to go back over and we're going to do it at a 1/4 inch as well. I'm going to move my zipper out of the way now because it's annoying me. Okie doke, so that's all sewn on. So we'll go back over to the overhead. I'm going to quickly clean up the threads before I meet you guys over there. Okay, now we're going to do the back panel. So your zipper pocket is sewn on. So how do we know where to match that up to? There is a measurement in the pattern instructions that Jassy has given us, which is from the top down. Obviously, I can't bring a ruler in. I've said that a few times, I know, but this is really hard. Okay, so even if I marked it without a ruler, it's very easy to go wonky one side or the other. So I'm going to think of a solution. I'll be back 2 seconds. Okay, I found a solution. That is one of my 4-year-old's artwork. That's Kian's artwork. It's a little pirate on a pirate ship. Anyway, so I've measured it. That is exactly what that measurement is from the top edge down to the bottom. I've also marked where the center point is just because I'm a bit of a weirdo with my center points. I like to make sure my center points are always right. So I'm going to quickly fold that. I had it already folded, so I do know where my center point is. Mark that center point to that spot, and this should line up perfectly. Ah, I moved it. Don't move the fabric. That makes it not perfect. Okay, and then that is exactly where I need to be. So if you had a ruler, you wouldn't have my son's drawing, you would have a ruler. Then you can go away. Now, the next thing that we're going to do, I'm holding this in place because I can't have a ruler in, okay? If you had a ruler, you wouldn't need to hold it in places as desperately as I am, but I don't want this to move. I should have pre-cut this. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to stick that down in place. That is where we want it. Ideally, you would have used a bigger piece of painter's tape than what I'm using. I'm just like, get it down. Okay. Now, once that is down, you know that that is now right. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to measure your 2 sides. Make sure that your sides are equal and everything is right. Make sure your bottom is equal too. And then what we're going to do is exactly like, I'm going to open this way. It's exactly like what we did at the top or the front panel, except obviously we're not sewing the bottom. We're going to base those 2 sides down. Now I do like to use a bit more, to be honest, I'd like to use a much bigger piece there as well, but I've stuck it down already, so that's what I've got. And we're just going to stick those sides down. I do move the tape as I sew, so don't worry, I am not sewing that tape down. Okay, now you would have seen that I've opened that zipper up. Obviously it makes it look wonky, it makes it look weird. The reason why I do it is because when I'm sewing down on this edge, if my zipper pull is over here, it makes it really hard to get that down nice and flat, exactly where it's supposed to be. So I like to open it so that that is flat. so that I can sew it down in a perfectly straight line, okay? So follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that sewn down. Okie dokie, so let's get this binded down. Let's get this basted down. Okay, so I'm just going to start down on the bottom edge of this side. It's just a basting stitch, so it's a nice simple 1/8 seam allowance just to hold everything down in place. Just be careful if you are using a fabric that is fraying a little bit. Watch what you're doing. At the top, I just like to do a quick little back stitch. I don't know if it makes any difference. It just makes me feel a little bit more secure. Like I said, this is just a basting stitch, so it really doesn't matter. It just holds everything in place so that when you actually sew your next section, yeah, nothing moves and everything is in the right location. Okay, and other side. And there we go. So that's all done. So let's move back over to the overhead view. Okay, so we've got our pockets down. So next thing what we're going to do is we're going to get our straps attached. If you haven't already, make sure you singe the ends of your webbing. It's just good housekeeping. So depending on the size of your webbing, your bag might look slightly different to mine. So this pattern recommends either a 1 1/4 inch or 1 1/2 inch webbing. I'm not going to lie, I've also done one of my tester makes as a 1 inch and it does work as well. It just looks different, obviously, compared to the thicker webbing. What I'm working with right now is 1 1/2 inch, okay? So your pocket is down. What we're going to do now is we're going to grab some double-sided tape. We're going to put a bit of double-sided tape down on the webbing. So I'm just going to do roughly that much. I think Jassy has a measurement in the instructions. It doesn't have to be exact, and we're doing it on both ends, okay? Just make sure that it is on the same side, okay? Don't flop it around. I have done that as well. Honestly, like any mistake you can think of with a pattern, I have probably done it. Not with this pattern, but just in general. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, so remember how before we put this down, we actually measured where that is. So these should be at exactly the right spots. What we're going to do is we are going to center your webbing. So if you're using seatbelt webbing like me, there is a very obvious center line. And it is going to be centered to the pocket, like the edge of the pocket, okay? And stick it down. Now, there is a measurement as to how far up we are sewing to. I will do that in a second, actually. Let me just move this. There we go. Yeah, we can see. And we're sticking this down on both sides. Now, one thing to be careful of is your webbing. Make sure it's not tangled, not tangled, but not like flipped around. See, like if I stuck it down like this right now, I've got a kink in it. So make sure, I like to always just come around the top like that and just double check it. There we go. There's no kinks. It's perfect. And centered to that center edge there. Now, a good piece, if you wanted to make sure that these are completely straight, obviously I am working with checkered here, so it's quite easy to line it up. But when you're not, get some rulers and just measure these up. Make sure that it is centered and it's the same measurement width all the way up to the top. There is a measurement here that Jassy needs us to get. So I'm going to quickly grab my ruler and I'm going to mark it. There are a couple ways that you can mark these lines. So you can either draw on webbing. I don't like drawing on webbing, to be honest, because I seem to have problem with getting webbing, getting marks off webbing. It just kind of goes into the fibers. I don't like it. So I use painter's tape. Surprise, surprise. It's painter's tape. Okay, so let me grab my painter's tape. I'm going to quickly ruler it. So what you'll see when we come back is that I'll have tape down. So the measurements from the top down, and I'll have measurement so that that's where I'm going to sew to. Okay, so give me 2 seconds and I'll measure that up. Okie dokie, so I've measured that down. It's from the top down to there, and I've stuck it down. So this is where my measurement comes to. Now, the other thing that I like to do, this might seem overkill, but I like to just clip. my webbing in at the top against that zipper tape. The reason being is I want to make sure that this webbing is completely straight and completely level the whole way, because obviously, like, if this goes this way, all of my webbing then goes wonky, and I don't want it to go wonky. Okie doke. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the sewing machine. Actually, there is one other marking that we need to do right now. So from here down, there should be another marking to mark that is 2 inches. So you can either do that now, or you can do it over at the sewing machine. I do it over at the sewing machine. To me, it's easier that way. But if you prefer, you can mark it here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to sew these on. So we're starting at the bottom, going all the way up. So at about 1/8 of a seam, at 1/8 seam allowance, or as close to the edge as possible. I go by 1/8 / as close to the edge as possible. And we're going to go all the way up the top to that marking, across, down 2 inches, cross, and then we're doing a X box, okay, a cross box. Now, when we come back down over the zipper pocket here, just do a couple of reverse stitches to help tack that on. One quick tip as well before we get to the sewing machine. Whenever I do these webbing cross boxes, I like to try and get thread that matches my webbing as closely as possible. Even though I'm very confident with how my X's look and I know that they're going to be perfect, it's still nice to just use matching thread to your webbing. It hides any potential imperfections better. So that's one of my biggest tips. If you're not super confident on sewing these X boxes, matching thread. Okay, so we are also going to do the same thing on the back panel. I know I am technically skipping ahead a little bit. So I'm going to quickly get that back panel clipped into place as well, exactly the same way. And then we'll head over to the sewing machine, okay? Okay, so that's front and back panel ready to go. So let's head over. Okie dokie, so let's get these the straps sewn on. So I'm just going to start on this side. So like I said, we're doing a 1/8, but ideally, as close to the edge as possible. Okay, we're sewing right up to that marking that you made. So for me, that's right there at the base of the tape. Then we're coming across. And then we are swinging back around and we are coming back down. And we are coming back down by 2 inches. So let me just get this through. I'm just holding this pocket down at the moment because your sewing foot could hit the pocket like mine is right now. So I just like to get it out of the way, make sure it's not. And then I'm reverse stitching just to help base that down a little bit stronger, just to give it a little bit more reinforcement. Now we're only coming down by 2 inches. So I'm just grabbing this to check where my 2 inches is. This is a rivet spacer guide, but I like to use it when I'm sewing because it's perfectly the right size. It's not too big, it's not too small. And it has measurements in 1/4 inches. So I got that from Brymax. That's their rivet spacing tool. I love it. Okay. And then after we get down to 2 inches, we're coming back across. And then we are going to zigzag now. So if you had drawn your crosses, you are just sewing on your crosses. I didn't because I like to freehand it. So I use my pokey stick as a guide. So I have one end of the pokey stick right at the needle. Then I have the back end facing directly towards me. So in a dead straight line. So that's how I know that I will be sewing in a straight line and I'm at the right angle. Just like that. And then we're coming back across on that top. And then back down across to this bottom corner. Again, I am using my pokey stick as a guide as to where that angle is. Okay. And then we're continuing all the way down to the bottom. At the bottom line you don't actually have to do. I like to do it, and I like to pull my other threads, my starting threads, off over to this side. It just helps me lock my threads down. So it just makes me feel a little bit more secure that everything is definitely down, 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 and not coming off. Okay? And then we're going to do the same thing on the other sides of the strap as well, making sure that you remember to backstitch the pocket, like the top of the pocket there. It's really just a, I don't know, insurance plan. Yeah, so if you don't do it, it's not the end of the world, but it adds a little bit more strength to the pockets, makes it harder to come undone. Okay, I might need my hump jumper because, as you can see, my zipper opening is very, very close there. Okie dokie. So that's the front panel with the straps sewn down, so you can go ahead and get rid of the painter's tape if you used painter's tape like I did. I'm going to quickly do the back panel now as well, because it's done exactly the same way. So you're just sewing down that, sewing that all down and doing the box stitch as well. So I'll quickly grab that piece. Okie dokie. So here's the back panel. So bearing in mind, so the only difference with the back panel and the front panel is that the reinforcing stitches. So on the front panel, you only had to do a reinforcing stitch at the top where the zipper pocket is. On this one, you have to do it at the bottom where the zipper is and at the top where the slip pocket opening is. So just because obviously that has 2 points of contention instead of the other one only having the one. I forgot my box stitch, but there is a very easy fix. So remember how I said I like to use matching threads because you don't see problems as much. To be honest, this isn't even a problem. It just means that I have to backstitch a little bit. There we go. That's my 2 inches. So I just have to backstitch back to my 2-inch mark. Oh, here's another way of doing it. This is how I used to do it before I used my pokey pokey stick, is using the rivet ruler. And then here's the other point that we had to do. There's a loose thread there. Let me just pull it through here. Is to reverse stitch at the bottom of that pocket when we get to it. Okay, and the last strap. Okie dokie. So that's those 2 front and back panels with the straps all done. So let's head back over to the overhead view and we will keep moving on. Okie dokie. So that is our front and back panel all sewn down and the straps all installed. So we are going to keep moving on. So yep, double check that you're happy with all of your stitches. Everything is good. Yep. And then now what we're going to be doing is installing the back panels. So if you haven't already, this is your last chance. Make sure you have your stabilizers and your bag feet installed. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab the base panel and one of the front or back panel. I'm going to use the front panel first. If you haven't already, mark your centers, which you all know I've already done. And then we are going to match it center to center, right sides together. And clip it in place. Because of how big these panels are, I also like to just do one little clip on the side here. To me, it just makes it feel like everything would hold its shape better if I did that. Some might argue that if I just did more clips, it would do the same thing, but I don't know. That's just how I operate, okay? Okay, so we're going to sew this on. So sew the base and the front panel together with a 3/8 seam allowance. We're then going to turn it right sides together. Sorry, shouldn't have clipped that yet. We're then going to turn it out right. Have all of the seams pressed towards the base. We're going to top stitch along the base with a 1/8 seam allowance. And then we're going to do a second line of top stitching at a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so that's what we're doing. So after we do that with the front panel, we're going to do the same thing with the back panel. Of course, if you wanted to, because I have done this in the past many times, you can right now also align the back panel to that base panel as well. The reason why I don't recommend doing it right now though in this pattern, even though this is the exact type of thing that I like to do, it just gets big. Honestly, it just gets big. So do one panel, finish that, and then do the other side, okay? But I will meet us over at the sewing machine and we will get sewing. That's better. Okie dokie, let's get this sewn on. So we are doing the external front main panel to the base with a 3/8 seam allowance. Okie dokie. Now that that is sewn together, first of all, we are going to trim off the corners to reduce bulk in those seam allowances. So just like that. And then, like I said before, we're going to open it up. And we are going to make sure that your seam allowance is over... Oh, sorry. Your seam is pressed over towards the base. So that's my base. Seam allowance is over there. And we are going to top stitch it with a 1/8 seam allowance along the base side. Now, double check your bobbin here to make sure that you have enough bobbin. This isn't a necessarily giant line of stitching, but you don't want to run out of bobbin halfway through this either. Loose thread here. On my right hand is actually underneath here, just smoothing that seam across, making sure that that is in the right spot, and my left hand is up here controlling the fabric, just because there is so much fabric. Okie doke. So now that that's done with the 1/8 seam allowance, we're going to go right back and we're going to redo that, but with a 1/4 inch seam allowance as well. So we're going to have two lots of top stitching, one at the 1/8 that we just did, and then now one at a 1/4 inch. So if you're not sure how to measure a 1/4 inch on it, I pretty much just measure up my foot again. So I know how much an 1/8 is based off my sewing foot. So I pretty much just do another 1/8 from that first line of top stitching, and that would give me my 1/4 inch top stitch. 1/4 inch top stitch. There you go. So that's your two lines of top stitch all done. So now we're doing exactly the same thing with the back panel. I'll move this out of the way a little bit to give me some more space to clip it on. The other raw edge, we're going to now match the back panel to it, just like we did before. Right sides together, base to base. The thing to watch out for with the back panel is your zipper. So I don't know what I like to do, to be honest. I like to just make sure my zipper's out of the way. Easier said than done, isn't it? Okay, clip that in place. Yeah, so have a play around with what makes you feel more comfortable with the zipper. So you can either have it closed up and tucked in, which is what I'm attempting to do now, or you can have it open and maneuver out of the way as you go. The main thing is if it's open, you don't want to sorry, if it's open, you don't want to accidentally stitch down the zipper tape. If your zipper tape, or zipper teeth, I should say, get in the way. If it is closed, you don't want to accidentally hit the zipper pull with your needle, because that is a surefire way to break a needle really quickly. Yeah, so whatever works best for you. Okay, so that's all clipped in. So let's get going. So this is with a 3/8, just like we did before. And then being careful of the zipper pull. And then after we finish our 3/8, opening it up, cutting the seams on the corner, and then top stitching 1/8 and then a 1/4 inch. Okay, so let's just get sewing. Okay, my zipper does not want to stay out of the way, so I am actually going to open it and then tuck the zipper pull in so that it's out of my, well, actually it doesn't matter if I just have it down here. Okie dokie. So that's all done. So let's move this out of the way and let's keep, if I can move it out of the way, and let's keep moving on. Okie dokie. So now that the base is on, this is what we're working with. It is big. I don't think I'm fitting this in the frame, am I? But this is it. You've got your base down, your front and back and exterior, and it's all top stitch. So that's all done. So we're going to put this aside now and let's keep moving on. Okay, so we're moving on to the side gusset and we're going to work on the shoe compartment first. So if you're not doing a shoe compartment, you can skip this step. The shoe compartment is it is part of the pattern, but it is definitely replaceable with the other side gusset if you didn't want to do a shoe pocket. Okay, so shoe pocket, that's what we're doing. Okay, so first of all, this is your shoe pocket lining piece. Now, this is something I've never done before, so I'm really excited about this. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Jassy always introduces me to new techniques that I've never thought of, never knew existed. Some of these, some of you may know, is not actually a new technique. This is not something Jassy has invented. And it's more common, I believe, in clothes sewing. So what we're doing now is called a flat felled seam, okay? So this gives you a clean enclosed finish, but you have to use lightweight fabric. So stick with lightweight fabrics, okay, for your shoe compartment. Now, shoe compartment lining. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn it the wrong way around. Okay, so this is the wrong side. That was the right side. This is the wrong side. On one of the short edges along the wrong side, you're going to draw a line 3/8 from the edge. I've already drawn it. You can see it right there. So that's 3/8 from that short edge there. Okay. Then we're going to get the other side and we're going to bring it together, wrong sides together, and that is going to match up to that 3/8. Okay. So the edge here of that side is going to match up to that 3/8 line that you drew. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to fold this down, and that is going to enclose that edge. I apologize if my head is coming into view. The problem with such a high angle. Now, obviously, don't be an idiot like me and use a lot more clips. I have unfortunately run out of clips. So it is a problem I have. I break too many clips. Some of you know I don't use a lot. One of the biggest reasons is because I keep breaking them / losing them. Okay, so I am doing a bit of a dodgy and I'm sticking that down for now with painter's tape. See, painter's tape, it's a miracle. Anyway, okay, so you would have used hopefully a lot more clips than what I have used. Clipped all of that down. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take it over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew along that edge with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? Once we've sewn that together with the 1/4 inch seam allowance, we're going to turn the lining right side out, or wrong side out, the other way round. We're going to press the seam allowance flat, and that would enclose the raw edge, and then we'll top stitch it. But I'll show you what I'm talking about over at the sewing machine. So let's follow me over. Okie dokie, so we're over at the sewing machine. So we're going to sew this together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Like I said, you would have had a lot more clips. Hopefully you're not doing this like me. If anyone has any suggestions for where I can get good clips that don't break all the time, please let me know in the comments. I definitely need some more. Okay. In case I didn't say this, it's a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okie dokie. So that's all sewn together. So let me quickly move the sewing machine out of the way to give us a little bit of a better view. Okie dokes. Here we go. So now that that's all sewn together, as you can see, you can still see a raw edge. That's a raw edge, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to turn it wrong side out. So flip it around. After you've flipped it around, look at your fabric and pay attention to where your raw edge is. So my raw edge is on this side. So what we're going to do is we are going to, so my raw edge is here. Yep, it's on this side. So we're going to fold the fabric so that it flattens the seam towards the wrong side. I do it from the back side of the fabric because once I identify which side my raw edge is, this is an easier way for me to do it. Okay. But of course you can just hold it like this and a funnel and then just raw edge, not raw edge, and fold it down just like that. Okay. So now what we're going to do is raw edge is under there and that's folded and flattened. We are going to top stitch this with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so obviously you are in a funnel, so you're going to have to maneuver the fabric a little bit. So I'm hoping I can get us a really good view and you will see exactly what I'm doing. I do apologize in advance if somehow we get cut out by the bulk of fabric, but I am hoping I've got you guys. Okay, so, whoop, sorry, that was my arm. Just said I got you guys and then straight away I knock you. Okie dokes. So as I don't know how much you can see down here, but the fabric is moving inwards. That's fine. I only care about the fabric directly in front of me, which is the fabric that is directly underneath the sewing foot. Okay. And so we are top stitching this. So by doing this top stitch, you will now have no raw edges because that last raw edge will be enclosed under here. I will say it's not normally this fiddly. It looks a little bit more fiddly with me at the moment because I am trying to make sure that not only am I obviously not sewing over stuff that I don't want to sew over, but I'm trying to make sure that this doesn't happen, that you guys can see my needle. So I'm constantly maneuvering fabric over on this side, which isn't necessary yet at this point if you were just sewing it without a camera. So yeah. This step looks trickier than it actually is what I'm trying to say. Which is silly, because you guys are watching a tutorial hoping for me to make this look easier. Anyway, sorry about that. Okay, so that is all top stitched. Almost. There we go. So that is your shoe compartment done, and we can put that aside until we need to use it. Okay, so let's keep moving on. Okay, so now that we've gotten that shoe pocket lining all sewn up together, this is what we've got. I've still got it right side is on the inside. So this is the right side, this is the wrong side. Okay, so we're going to grab one of the gusset zipper pocket lining pieces. If you haven't done so already, make sure you mark the center points on the bottom and the top. Okey-doke. And then with the shoe pocket lining piece as well, we're also going to mark our center and tops. Jassy has suggested to use one of these edges that you've just done on the felt thing as the shoe compartment as your center marking for the bottom. So I am actually going to use, I'm just folding it like this to find that center point. Now, this is a tip I've learned from testing this pattern. Make sure you mark it. So the reason being is that I'm saying make sure you mark it is because the other side, in case you forget, like I do, because I am forgetful, you can easily forget whether you were marking to, you know, the top stitched edge or whatever edge. Anyway, so it's just easier to just mark it on both sides now. So you know exactly, and you can see that there, I've got a mark there, what you are counting as your bottom center, and then use that to fold to the other side to find other center, and same on here. There we go. Okay, so now what we're going to do is on your lining piece, on the wrong side of it, you are going to mark on either edge of that bottom edge, I should have it this way, shouldn't I, 1/4 inch from the outside in. So I've done that on here, if you can see that. And what we're going to do is we're going to line this center bottom to the felled seam, okay? Whatever mark you've decided is your center, okay? And it is right sides together. So that's the right side of my lining. Obviously, this is the right side of my pocket in there. And so I'm matching those center points together. And I am matching it until that marking right there. Do you see that mark there where I've done that 1/4 inch mark? And over on this side as well. And then I'm also going to then mark the top center to the other center point. Ooh. Sorry, this is floppy. The other center point that I've marked right there. Okay, if you would like to match the rest up, you can do so. What I have found the easiest to do is to head over to the sewing machine now. And this is the bottom, right? So I'm going to baste the bottom on first. And we are basting it from that 1/4 inch mark, starting there, and we're going all the way across until the other 1/4 inch mark with a 1/8 basting stitch. And then after that, we're going to cut into that 1/4 mark and then bring the rest of the fabric and baste this all the way around as well. Okay, but follow me over to the sewing machine and I will show you what I'm talking about. So let's get this basted on. So we're doing a 1/8 seam allowance. I am starting from the mark that I made, which is a 1/4 inch out from the edge. Now, I know normally with basting you don't bother back stitching, but I just like to do that here. Okay, and then we are just basting along the bottom edge of that side panel. Okay, so ignore the rest, just basting that bottom edge. And then again, we are only going to the 1/4 inch mark that we made. Okey-doke. Now, after we've done that, let me move this to make some more room for us. Whew, heavy. Okay, so we've just sewn that bottom on and I've still got my top clipped. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we are going to, where that lining fabric ends, we are going to cut into the shoe compartment lining, and we're going to cut about, I say about a 1/4 inch, I mean we're going to cut a 1/4 inch. Okay, so let me quickly grab this little guy. Here we go. See, the rivet sacing guide, it is genuinely one of my most used tools. Okay, that's a 1/4 inch there. And to quickly do that over here too. Okay, so what I'm doing now is I'm just literally right where that piece ends, I'm cutting to that 1/4 inch mark, and over on this side as well, just cutting into that lining, the shoe compartment lining, I should say. See, so right there, that's a 1/4 inch. Oh, am I in the, yep. Okay, and then now what I'm going to do is we will be able to now ease this fabric all the way and clip it in place. Now, I will clip it for you guys. You know this. But let me say this, when I do this normally, I don't bother clipping. I literally go straight to the sewing machine and just keep sewing. That's how good these measurements are. So I'm just following that corner and clipping all the way around. And then that is normal. See how that then comes up like this? That is normal. That is what we are going to be doing. So this that came up here is roughly about a quarter. And that is exactly what is happening, okay? I don't want to clip this other side, but I feel like I should clip it to show. No, do you know what? I'm going to cheat. I clipped half of it. That's enough, right? Okay, so I clipped it. I'm going to sew it in place. So all it is we're just doing a 1/8. So it's a basting stitch. Okie dokie. So we're just basting this on again. So it's just a 1/8 seam allowance. Super easy. Sure that's out of the way. Oops. Coming too far in there. Okie dokie. So that's all basted on. So our next step is double check that you are happy with your stitches. So I'm just checking the underside, but I'm happy with everything. I thought I had a little weird bit here, but it's actually okay. I have a little bit here. Let me just smooth that through. There we go. Okay, I am happy. Trim some of these threads off. Okay, so next thing we're going to do is bind that seam that we just did. I'm a little bit quiet because I'm trying to think of what color I want to do. This is going to be the inside of my bag. Do you know what? I'm going to go make a cup of tea, think about what color I want to do, and come back. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Okie dokie. So I had a good think. I forgot I had already chosen all of my my binding colors and everything. So I just had to quickly change my what's that called? Bobbin. I had to change my bobbin so that my bobbin matched the color. Elastic or whatever type of binding. We are going to fold the raw edge down, because what we're going to do is we are actually just going to then cover that start just like that. So essentially, okay, and then we are going to bind all of that down with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It's the story of my hump jumper. It's always missing. Okay, so we are binding the rest of it. So like I said, I've covered that bottom. I've folded it over so that that is all beautiful and there's no raw edges showing. And then we're binding all the way around the rest of this raw edge with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So yeah, just get binding. I should mention this as well for anyone who is a perfectionist. Oops, I didn't trim that to make sure that is flat. This binded seam is on the inside of your bag, okay? So it's not obvious, it's not super noticeable, so don't freak out over it. Like, of course, we are sewists, we are crafters, everything. We always want things to be perfect. But it's really not the end of the world if it's not perfect, okay? And I say that as the ultimate perfectionist. Okay, so like I said, normally when I work with fold over elastic, I don't pre-cut. So this is obviously still attached to the roll. I am going to cut this longer than how much I require, because like what I did on the other side, I am going to fold it under. Just singeing that end still. I'm going to fold it under so that there is no raw edge. Right there. There we go. And that is all done. So that's your shoe compartment. with the binding on. Let me just move this out so you guys can see that a bit better. Ooh, here we go. So that's that with the shoe compartment on, and that's all the way around. Double check your binding that you are happy with it. It's caught on the underside everywhere, which mine has. Now just have a quick look inside. It's a beautiful, I don't know if you can see that. Oh, ta-da. Oh, hello. Oh, you can't see it because of the floppiness, but that is all beautiful. It is the perfect shape. So we can put this aside and keep moving on. Okay, moving on, the mesh pocket pieces. So we should have 4 pieces, 2 smaller ones, 2 larger ones, okay? So what we're going to be doing now is binding them all. So we've got our chosen method of binding. For me, it is fold over elastic, so I like to just move it and clip it on as I go at the sewing machine. If you're not confident with binding, you can use double-sided tape on either side and stick it down. You can, yeah, bind however you choose, but I will clip and move as I go on the sewing machine. Now, Jassy has also suggested now is a good time to add in your label tags if you would like to. So there is a measurement as to how far away from the edge you should add them. How many you add and on which pieces you add is your choice. For me personally, I like to have one on one of the bigger ones, and this is the bigger one for inside the bag. So when the bag is completely opened up as a garment bag, it is one of the ones on the side gusset on the inside of the bag. So you will have the 2 small ones for the side gusset panels, I guess. So that's those 2, and the 2 large ones, one is for inside the bag and one is for the side gusset on the other side to the flap, if that makes sense. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm going to have mine on the inside of the bag. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and we will get binding. Okie dokie, so like I said, we are binding. If you are using fold over elastic like me, just make sure you give your fold over elastic a quick little singe before you start going. If you are using fold over elastic, do not pull on it. Don't stretch it as you go, because obviously mesh is also elastic, so, or has elasticity. So if you are stretching it, you will just end up, yeah, stretching everything. This fell off from somewhere on my sewing machine. Whoopsies. There we go. Okay, so we are 1/4 inch seam allowance. Like I said, I don't pin, I just sew as I go. And yeah, if you wanted more tips and hints on how to bind with fold over elastic, I actually have a whole video on it. So that's probably a better spot to check out if you'd like. Otherwise, yeah, we're just binding all of the mesh pockets at a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now, something that you will see me do that you might think is a bit weird. So over here, we're about to finish that one. So normally you would cut it and yeah, cut it off so that you finish it off. Now, however, because I am using the same binding and I'm going to keep binding, I'm just going to grab my next piece and slot it into place. So this just stops me from having to stop all the time. So for me, it just works out faster and makes more sense. For those of you wondering what size fold over elastic I'm using, this is a 3/4 inch one. Okay, so that's the 2 smaller one done. I am going to keep continuing on with the bigger ones because I am just using the same bias tape across it, or fold over elastic. Okay, so same thing. Here I'm coming to the point where I wanted my label, so I just have to make sure that my label is caught in there as well. we go. So that's all 4 of the mesh pockets now all done. So this is where I then actually finally cut off the fold over elastic. Okay, so like I've said before, it's good housekeeping to, whenever you cut off fold over elastic, give it a quick little singe. Just stops it from fraying, and then I'm just going to cut all of these apart from each other too. There we go. So that's all 4 of those pockets all done. So let's head on over to the overhead view. Okay, so now that we've got all these zipper pockets, mesh pockets binded. So I have, these ones are for my side gusset, and these ones are for my zipper pocket gusset. Okay, now what we're going to do is we are going to match them up with the bottom and the sides and clip them in place and baste it together. So let me just work on the side zipper gusset one first. So now that that's all clipped in place, you might be wondering why I am using my clips backwards. The reason being is with mesh, I find it easier to sew it with it facing down so it's not in my way. So this is the way I'll be sewing, so they are actually in the right direction. Now, one thing I like to check after I've clipped it in place is just fold it in half. Double check that, see, that's perfectly folded. These two are aligned, so it's not like one's up here and one's down there. That could happen with mesh, particularly if you are stretching it. This doesn't have any stretch vertically because this is sophisticated mesh. That's one of the reasons why I like it. There's stretch horizontally, but not much vertically, so it's easier to work with because I am not good with mesh. As much as I use mesh a lot, sophisticated mesh is the only mesh I can work with. Any other mesh I've worked with has turned me off mesh. But anyway, okay, so that is the zipper pocket. Now with the side gusset, we are doing a similar thing. We are matching, so that's the right side up. We are matching the bottom to the mesh first and then clipping all the sides in place. Okay, same thing like what I did with the zipper pocket. I'm just double checking that these measure up right. A lot of the times this doesn't measure up right, apart from the stretch, like I said, is that you've not cut the mesh right. That happens to me a lot, I'm not going to lie, because with the mesh I kind of just go, meh, just cut it, it's done. Okay, so I'm going to quickly clip the other two as well. I'll probably just clip that off camera so you don't have to watch me struggle through it. And what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine, and this is for both of them. We're going to base that mesh down. Obviously, don't sew across the top, just around the sides and the bottom for all 4 of these pieces. Okay, so I'll quickly clip the other 2 in place, and let's head over to the sewing machine. Okie dokie, so let's get these mesh pockets basted on. Like I said before, I like to do them upside down, so I like to do them with the mesh facing down on the machine, just to stop the stretching and the movement as much. It's just easier for my machine. So we're just basting this on, so it is just with a 1/8 seam allowance. The only thing to watch out for when you are binding this way, or not binding, sorry, basting this way, is your bias tape. So sometimes you might find that this gets bent upwards and then gets caught. So just watch that when you're pulling it off, okay? So that was the first one, and we're doing that obviously with all 4 of these, okay? So just keep going. Okie dokie. Now that that's all done, you will notice that there is excess mesh, particularly on those bottom corners. So just make sure you trim them off before we keep going. So I'm going to quickly trim these off. Okay, so I've just trimmed off that excess. I completely forgot divider pockets. If you are doing divider pockets, which I am, mark out where you're going to do your divider pocket. So for this one, I'm going to do it right down the middle. So I'm just going to mark a middle point anyway, because I like to have middle points marked anyway. And then I am literally just going to go up and down. Make sure everything is flat and level. And then when you get to the top, I just like to come across one and then head back down. Okay, so that one I did a center one for. Now this next one, I want to do one roughly 3/3 across, okay? I'm still going to mark my center first, because having centers marked just makes everything else easier later on. But I'm not going to sew on that center. I'm going to sew, think about here. So if you have something in mind as to what you want to fit in it, definitely measure it and work off that. For me, it's very much a rough estimate as to where I think is a good fit for things. So yeah, this is roughly what I'm doing. And so far it's been working really well for me, this measurement roughly about here. So I'm going to come this way. Okie dokie. And then, of course, the two smaller pockets, I am also going to do these as well. So if you have excess mesh like I do at the bottom like this, I haven't cut it off yet, I will, but I am measuring based off it not having it, okay? I'm first of all, again, marking my center point. Again, I am doing one at half and one at slightly off half center. Okay, so that's the center one done. And then the other one, again, I'm marking the center. I'm not sewing it up the center, but I'm marking the center, and I'm going slightly off center for it so that I'm creating one bigger pocket and one smaller pocket. Actually, while I'm here, I'm going to quickly bring my phone into the picture. So to me, this pocket is actually a perfect pocket for a phone. So there we go. So it is very much, yeah, that's my personal phone. That is a Samsung. That's where I want to go with. So that's the measurement I'm going with. Yeah, it's pretty much literally what you think you would put it in, or what you would put in it, or what you think a consumer, if you are selling these bags, would put in it. Okie doke. So that's the mesh pockets with the dividers all done. So let's keep going on and I'll meet you at the overhead. Okay, so we're moving to the ZC zipper and the ZTC zipper tabs. Yes, there's a lot of zippers and a lot of zipper tabs in this pattern. Okay, so with the ZC zipper, you can choose to have one or two zipper pulls on it. It's not a big deal. It's up to you. Personally, I'm only going to use one on each of them. So I will get them put onto the zipper pull in a second. Now, I'm going to move on to the zipper tabs first. So your ZTC, you should have a exterior and a lining. And the first thing we're going to do for both of them is cut them all into 4 equal pieces. Okay, so I'm going to quickly do that. Okie doke. So you should end up with 2 external and 2 lining for either one of these zipper tabs. Okay, so if you haven't already, make sure you have singed both ends of your zipper tape. It's just good housekeeping to stop it from fraying. I thought I did it, but obviously you can see it's still fraying. So I'm just going to give it a quick once over. And then we're also going to install our zipper pulls if you haven't already. Now, next what we're going to do is we're going to grab one of the externals as well as one of the linings. So the external and the lining, we are sandwiching the zipper tape in between, and they are right sides together, okay? So that means the exterior is right sides down to the zipper tape, and the lining is just on the other side of it. Okay, I clip that all into place. Okay, and we're doing that on the other end as well. Lining right sides down to the zipper tape, exterior right sides down to the zipper tape, lining right side up to the wrong side of the zipper tape, so it's sandwiching the zipper tape, just like that. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we are going to do exactly the same thing on the other zipper, so I'm going to quickly do that as well. Now that that's all clipped into place, we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew along both ends of that zipper tape to sew that all together with a 3/8 seam allowance. Then we're going to turn it right sides out and we're going to top stitch the perimeter. But follow me over to the sewing machine and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okie dokie, so let's get going. So we are sewing this together, like I said before, with a 3/8 seam allowance. Make sure you have your hum jumper at the ready just in case you need it. Okay, and then the other side as well. Okay, yep, now what we're going to do is we're going to turn it right side out. So I just gave that lining a bit of a squeeze there. And then we're going to top stitch that whole perimeter with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okie dokie, that's top stitched and basted. And we're also doing that obviously on the other side. So flatten that seam and we're going to top stitch and baste. Okie dokie, so that's all done. So I'm just going to quickly do the second zipper exactly the same way. Whoop. Sorry, don't know if you guys heard that. Seems like we've got a thunderstorm. So I'm doing the second zipper tape exactly the same way. So 3/8, turn it around and top stitch around the perimeter. And yep, so let's keep going. Okie dokie, so that's all of those zippers done. So let's keep moving on. Okay, moving on, we are doing our zipper gusset. So we are using our ZD zippers. So there's two of those, two ZD zippers, and our ZTD external and lining as well. So there should be one of each of the external and one of each of the lining. Now, first of all, what you're going to do, if you haven't already, is make sure you've singed both ends of your zipper tape. Then we're going to install our zipper pulls if you haven't already. Now, this one does require 2 zipper pulls. So there is no, let's just do one. This one has to be 2. The reason being is this is going to be the zipper that opens up and lays flat. So you need to be able to have 1 zipper pull on either side for it to close in the center. So you do need to have 2. Now, another thing that's really important on this one is your zipper tape length has to be right, okay? So next what we're going to do is we're going to grab our lining for the zipper tab. Zipper tab, gusset, base, I don't know, ZTD, okay. And we are going to get the right side against the wrong side of the zipper tape. So, yep, okay, and then we are also doing the same on the other side. So wrong side to right side, sorry, of the lining to the wrong side of the zipper tape, making sure, because obviously this zipper tape is quite long, so making sure your zipper tape doesn't get twisted or tangled, that it is completely smooth and it is, yep, exactly the right way. Okay, so now that we've got those clipped in place, what we're going to do is we're going to take it over to the sewing machine. We're going to baste that in place. Okay, after we've basted that, we're going to use our external lining. We're going to clip it right sides together to the zipper tape, sandwiching that zipper tape in between the lining and the external. And then we're going to sew it together with a 3/8 seam allowance before turning it right side out and top stitching it. But I will show you all of that over at the sewing machine. I'm just going to get my second zipper tape ready now because we'll do both of them at the same time because it is going through exactly the same process. Okay, so follow me over. Okie doke. So we're over at the sewing machine. So first of all, we are basting these down that we've just, basting the zipper to the, basting the zipper onto that gusset piece, that base gusset piece. Sorry, I'm calling it a base gusset piece. It's a zipper tab. No, it's still called a zipper tab. Sorry, just used to different wordings. Oh, yeah, so apologize if I got you guys confused. Okay, so we're basting that down and we're doing it on both sides. Okay, once that zipper is basted onto the lining, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab that external piece, that external zipper tab, right sides together with the zipper tape. So your zipper tape is now sandwiched between your zipper tape and, your zipper tape is now sandwiched between the lining and the external zipper tab. And then we're going to sew it together with a 3/8 seam allowance, okay? So 3/8. Now with zippers, it is a good idea to have your hump jumper ready because obviously that is a big hump to get over, or at least that's a big, material difference there in height, okay? So it just stops you from getting skip stitches. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So make sure your zipper is not all tangled up and you are lining your external, which is already sewn on that side, yeah. So we're just grabbing that and we're lining it up, making sure none of this is tangled and it is all facing the right way. So what I mean by tangled is like you've not kind of done that. See how that's like tangled? Okay, so make sure it's not. Okay, and just like before, we are doing a 3/8 seam allowance on this side too. Okie dokie. Sorry, I had to pause you guys for a second there because I just had to reinstall my bobbin. I could feel that my bobbin wasn't installed right, which is why I'm getting like that nesting down on the bottom, which is fine. It doesn't affect me at this stage. It's just, it looks messy. But it is not a messy that people can see. Okay, so now that we've sewn those together with the 3/8 seam allowance, what we're going to do is we are going to trim the corners on the external only. So that's my zipper and my lining. I'm not cutting that. I'm cutting external only, just cutting off a tiny little triangle, just like that. Well, 2 tiny triangles on each side. So this just helps you to reduce bulk, okay? Now, after we've done that, we are going to literally just pull that straight across. And then, so now you'll have your lining and your exterior is now wrong side together. Your zipper should be a perfect, beautiful loop. And then we are going to top stitch around that perimeter. So we're going to top stitch the perimeter. This is going to sound weird, but I'm actually going to top stitch from the bottom. So like my exterior is actually on the bottom. The reason being is the vinyl that I'm using on the outside, it is a little bit finicky. It's a little bit stretchy. especially with the way I sew. I tend to put a lot of like push and pull action when I sew. So it's a me thing, but yes. If you find that as well, that like your fabric lines up before you sew and while you're sewing it doesn't, sometimes turning it upside down works. Okay, so the only thing is, I should really say this, is if you are going to sew upside down, make sure you know your machine's tension. So my top stitching still looks nice on the other side. There's loose threads because I did have to seam rip before because it just was not working for me. Okay, anyway, so that's one of it done. So I'm going to quickly do the second zipper exactly the same way, and then we can keep moving on. So baste the lining down first. Okie dokie. So that's our 2 zipper gussets done, or the 2 ZD zippers are done. So let's keep moving on. Okay, so moving on, we're going to grab our 2 side gusset zipper pocket pieces, the exterior piece. If you haven't already done it, make sure you have your stabilizer fused already to the back of them. Now, we're going to grab our webbing. I do apologize. In the intro, I did say I was using black webbing. I changed my mind. I'm now using teal, light blue, sky blue. I don't know. This one. So if you didn't watch the beginning of my video, I only have 1-inch D-rings. The pattern calls for 1.5-inch webbing or 1.25-inch webbing and a matching D-ring. I don't have that width D-ring. So I have 1-inch D-ring. So I'm using 1-inch webbing and 1-inch D-rings for my D-ring attachment. Okay, so yours might look a little bit different from mine just because your webbing / D-ring might be a bit wider. Okay, so moving on, what we're going to do is on the back of our webbing, if there is a front and back, you're going to measure from the top. There is a measurement, how far you need to measure. So I've already done that. I've marked that there. Okay, so we're going to grab some double-sided tape and we're going to stick some double-sided tape down. So I'm just going to come right up. Oh, maybe that's too far up. I might have gotten a little bit too much double-sided tape. I got too excited. You're then going to grab your D-ring. Going to slide your D-ring down to meet that mark that you did. You're going to fold it down just like that. Okay, so that's the mark that you made. Fold the D-ring down right there. I'm going to take some of the double-sided tape backing off here now so that I can get this stuck down first. Okay, I'm going to get that side ready as well quickly. So again, we're marking a mark from the top down and then we're sticking some double-sided tape down. Bring through. Okay, now that we've got that done, we're going to match it up to our side gusset exterior piece. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to grab our webbing. I'm going to peel off the rest of that double-sided tape. I'm going to match the webbing bottom to bottom, center to center. Okay, and bring that up and just let that stick down. I like to just double check that my center of the webbing is still centered to the top as well, just in case for whatever reason you might not have stuck it down straight, because that happens to me. Okay, so get that stuck down there. And quickly do that with the other side as well. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take it over to the sewing machine, and similar to what we did with the front and back panel, we're going to sew this down, but we're going to do a cross box up in here. So on the front and back panel we did a 2-inch cross box, so that's what we're going to do here as well. We're going to sew across, we're going to come down by about 2 inches, then head back up across, head back down, and close it off. Okay, so if you feel more comfortable drawing a box now so that you know exactly where your markings are, you can do it here. I like to measure it at the sewing machine because it depends on, in all honesty, how thick this D-ring is as to how close I get to this edge, and that then depends on how far down 2 inches is for me. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get these sewn down. Okie doke. So one of the biggest tips I can give you for sewing down these webbings is to use matching thread color. It hides a lot more problems if you do have any. But of course we don't have any. We are perfect sewists here, right? Okay, so we are sewing this on. I like to sew along as close to the edge of the webbing as possible when I am doing this. So I'm literally just going all the way up. Now, how far up I go really depends on how thick my D-ring is. As you can see, this is quite a thick D-ring. So no matter what, I am going to need my hump jumper. So make sure you do have that at the ready. As you can see, I don't know if you can see, but that's how high my D-ring is. So there's a big gap here, which is why you have to have a hump jumper just to help get you through this. Okay, there we go. Now, like I said before when we're at the overhead, I didn't mark any points as to where my 2 inches is. So this is where I do it. I grab my, this is a, sorry, you might see my head. Okay, so this is actually a, what's it called? Rivet spacing tool guide that I got from Brimax. I use it a lot for like when I'm sewing to actually mark where things are going. So that's what I just did. I just use that to find out how far down 2 inches is, which is about here. And then I'm now going to do my cross box. So go, and that is your webbing sewed down with the cross box. Just double check that you're happy with everything. I am. I'm just double checking the back as well, because obviously my stitches are very matching color to my webbing. So yeah, I just like to check the back because then I can see a little bit better if there's any skip stitches or anything at all. But no, the hump jumper did its job. This is perfect. So I'm going to keep moving on, and I'm going to do the second piece too. Okay, so other side. I'm just going to sew this one on and just get it done. Okie dokie. So that's those pieces with the D-rings sewn on. So let's keep moving on. Okie dokie. So now we're going to be working on the ZC zipper and getting attached to the side gusset pocket lining. So this is the lining. So it is the ones with the mesh pocket. If you're getting confused by all the pieces, it's the smaller ones of the arched piece. Okay. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to mark our center points. I already marked the bottom center of these side gusset pieces when I was doing the mesh. So I just need to get the top. See, that's already there. And I'm actually also going to find the centers for my zipper tape too. So this is the ZC zipper that we had put our zipper tabs on. So let's work one piece at a time. So now what we're going to do is we're going to line the zipper tape up to the lining panel. Okay, now this is easier to do with the zipper open and undone, because obviously when the zipper is held together, see how that doesn't have as much movement, but when it is open, it's a lot more flexible. Okay, so we're going to do it with an open zipper. Now we are going to match center to center. So it's center to center on the zipper tape to the top of the lining. And we're going to be right side of the lining to the wrong side of the zipper tape. Okay, for me, I find it easiest to clip from the center downwards. The reason being is if I had made a small mistake at all with the zipper tape, so if I've cut my zipper tape like an inch, not an inch, that's a lot, like 1/8 of an inch too long, or if I had sewn my zipper tab off slightly, then obviously this zipper would not fit perfectly. So by doing it from the center down, I have a higher chance of everything lining up the right way. And I know exactly how far down this will come. So I don't know how well you can see that at the moment, but I can already see it. So at this point, my zipper tab is in fact longer than my lining. See? By about that much. So that means somewhere along the line, I have made a tiny, tiny measurement error. And it could be multiple. It could be like, I could have been like a 1/16 of an inch wrong on one little thing, and then another 1/16 of an inch wrong on one little thing. And then, so that's why I always clip from the center out, so that even if this zipper was wrong at any point, this final produced thing, the final product would still be centered and equal, and everything would still look perfect and lined up. Okay, go. And yep, so we'd be expecting the same on this side too. See how that's, even though there is excess, the excess is equal, and these two are still equal to each other because I've gone from the center out. Okay, I'm going to clip the other piece as well exactly the same way, and I'll meet you guys over at the sewing machine, and we're going to baste this down with a 1/8 seam allowance. So follow me over. Okie dokie. So this is just a basting stitch, so super easy, no stress, 1/8 seam allowance. Your zipper is already open because we clipped it with it open. Now, if for whatever reason you like to clip with it closed, make sure you open it up when you sew. It just makes for an easier sew. Okie dokie, so that one's basted on. So let's quickly do the other piece as well. Okay, and the other side. Okie dokie. So that's both of those zippers basted on. Next, we're going to attach the exterior, but I might take us back over to the overhead to do that. Yep, let's go back to the overhead. I'll see you up there. Okie dokie. So we've gotten those zippers, the zipper tape, sorry, I should say, basted on. So next what we're going to do is we're going to grab the external of that zipper pocket across. We're going to match them together. Okay, so I like to match the center to center first, and then just match this as well. And then we're going to get this all clipped in place. Sorry, I should have said this is right sides together in case. Yeah, it's right sides together. Now, I like to leave the zipper open. It makes it easier to sew. But here's a little tip, because obviously your zipper's loose. You don't want it to get caught. So I like to pull my zipper out and have it down here. So this way it's just that I know it's there. I know exactly where it is, and it's completely out of my way, okay? So that's the reason why I have it dangling out the bottom. Okay, and then we are just going to attach this to the lining. It should fit really easily because the lining and the external is obviously exactly the same shape. Now, what you see me doing here is I'm just flattening that zipper. When I am over at the sewing machine, that's when we have to worry about the zipper, of making sure that it isn't folded and it's nice and nice nice and flat. So you will see me touching the seams a lot as I sew, because I am a very touchy-feely sewer. Touchy-feely sewer, is that the right thing to say? I don't know. There we go. So that's all clipped into place. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew around that with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? Let me quickly clip the other one and we will head over there. Okie dokie. So that's all clipped in. Like I said before, we're heading over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew this together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. After we've done that, we're going to grab some pinking shears. We're going to trim around the curved edge of the external fabric only, okay? Just the external, just trim it. Do not cut the zipper tape. Please do not cut the zipper tape. And then we're going to turn it right side out, okay? Turn it right side out and top stitch, I should say. But I'll talk about it a bit more over at the sewing machine. So follow me over there. Okie dokie. So we are just sewing this now together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Like I said, I like to have my zipper tape hanging out the bottom just so that I know it's definitely... Oh, I just unhooked my thread. Just so that I know the zipper tape is completely out of the way and isn't going to get in my way as I sew. Double checking I know where the zipper pull is, which it is right here at the start. Of course it is. So I'm just going to pull that up a little bit because I like to move my zipper tape. I hate having my zipper tape in my way. Okay. So we are doing a 1/4 inch, like I said before, all the way around. I should be able to move that zipper tape out of the way now. There we go. Zipper pull out of the way. Now, the trickiest thing for these corners is mainly watching out for your zipper tape. So my left hand here, I'm feeling for the zipper tape, the teeth of the zipper tape, and just holding it so I know that it is not underneath my my needle and my stitches, so that I know that it's not getting caught in it. Okie dokie. Before I turn it right side out, I just like to give a nice little feel, especially around that top here, just to feel my zipper. If you are unsure, birth it first and have a look. The reason why I say birth it first and have a look before you even trim it is because once you've trimmed it, it's harder, of course, to come back in and fix anything. Well, obviously you can, but then you don't have the edges to go off anymore. So that's why I like to double check. You can look on the back, you can look on the front. Of course, you can also just quickly have a look in there. But to me, the best way is finger feeling it. So I'm just using my thumb to run my thumb over there to feel if my zipper tape feels like it is all even on the inside. And it is, okay? So then I am going to grab my pinking shears. And I am just going to just the external. So that's my zipper tape. Don't touch the zipper tape. So I'm moving my zipper tape out of the way. And I'm just using the pinking shears on my external fabric. There we go. Okay, so that's all done. Next, we're just going to turn it right side out. So make sure you are happy with it. I like to close the zipper up just to double check that there are no pinking, that everything is right. We're happy with it, I guess is what I am still trying to say, which I am. So the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to top stitch this, okay? So we're going to top stitch the whole perimeter. So along the base and then all the way around with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so let me bring that sewing machine back over. Let's get her done. I'm actually going to do the bottom first, which is Not gonna lie, a bit weird for me. Normally I do the edges first, but I'm just going to close off this bottom first. It makes me feel a bit better knowing that everything's all closed off. So this is the basting stitch along the bottom edge. And then we are top stitching, sorry. So this is a 1/8 seam allowance. One thing I like to do when I'm top stitching around zippers and curves like this is I like to use my right hand to just gently pull on the teeth a little bit, just to help make sure that's all done. And with my left hand, I'm just gently applying a little bit of pressure this way as well, just to help separate all the fabric and the zipper to make it really lie flat, I guess. I don't know if it actually is any good or not. It's just something I've always done. And it just, to me, it feels like it gives me a cleaner, nicer, crisper finish. As you can see, I left my zipper tape over on this side. I really should have flipped it over to the other side so it's not in my way as I sewed. I wasn't thinking though, but it's fine. It just means it's one extra thing I have to contend with as I'm sewing, just to make sure that the zipper tape, the other side doesn't get caught. I could zip it up, but when you zip it up, you don't have as much leeway to flatten things. It tries to curl inwards a little bit more or outwards. So I just like to leave it undone. There we go. So that's that piece all done. So I'm just going to do the other one now quickly as well, exactly the same way. So we're just going to sew it together with the 1/4 inch and then trim it off. Sorry, I'm admiring my own work. Sorry, so we're just going to do the same with the second piece. We're going to do the 1/4 inch, sew it together, and then we are going to cut the English Sam. And then we're going to use our franking shears on the edges, and then we are going to birth it and top stitch. Okay, so let's quickly get this second piece done too, exactly the same way as that first piece. Perfect. Okay, so that's those two pieces all done. So let's move back over to the overhead and keep going. Okay, moving on, we're now doing the cover clip. The cover clip is not necessary. It is an optional step. It's a cover to cover where all the zippers meet. So to me, it finishes off the bag a little bit nicer, but for some people, they might find it a hindrance and don't want it, okay? So this is supposed to be one piece. I've actually merged two pieces together to make a piece. Some of you who follow me know I like to do things differently once in a while, and for me with this one, it was more a fact of I just wanted two colors. I couldn't decide between going this color or a sea foam, so I thought, let's just do them both. So that's what I've done here, okay? So otherwise, pretend this is one piece of fabric like the pattern. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to grab that piece, the cover piece, and we are going to fold it together, right sides together. Well, of course it's right side together, it's one piece. We're going to fold it together so the short end meets the other short end. And then we're going to clip that in place. And of course on the other piece too. Now, what we're now going to do next is we are going to sew around the perimeter with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, but we're going to leave a birthing gap, okay? So the birthing gap is roughly going to be about, I don't know, say 2.5 inches. I pretend like I made that up. It's in Jassie's instructions. I'm probably going to do roughly about here. And just to give you guys an idea of how it's going to be sewn, you're actually going to sew from the edge in and then across. So that helps with birthing it. So what I like to do now after I've marked that spot is I'm actually going to mark that to be exactly a 1/4 inch so that I know exactly how far I'm coming in before I turn the corner. So give me 2 seconds. Okie doke, so I've just drawn those lines that I'm going to sew on. So normally, instead of stopping there and then continuing on, we are starting actually from the edge, coming in and then across for your 1/4 inch. So by doing this and having that bit sewn down like a little L corner, it's going to make turning the fabric out easier. It's going to make it easier to keep a rectangle shape when you birth it outright, just because it's holding exactly where it's meant to be, okay? So that's one of the tricks that Jassy does. It's super cool. I never knew it was a thing. So, yep, follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get these two sewn together with the 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okie dokie, so we're at the sewing machine, so let's sew these together. I'm going to start on this super short side that I barely need to sew, because why not? So we are sewing this together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and remembering you are leaving a birthing gap. So like I said before, I drew these lines down so I know where I'm sewing to. So I've just gotten to the point where I'm about to stop for my birthing gap. So instead of doing a back stitch, I'm actually just going to sew off here. Still do a little back stitch anyway. Okay. Somehow lost my thread scissors. Okay, and then I'm going to start up again over here and finish it off. Oh, I ran out of bobbin thread. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, we're back. We've got thread again. So, oops, I wasn't doing that one yet. I was doing this one still. Pretend nothing happened. I did not run out of bobbin thread. Okie dokie. So that's the first one done. I'm going to quickly sew up the other one and then we will get it birthed. Okay. Okie dokes, that's all sewn together. So let me quickly just move the sewing machine out of the way to give us a bit more space. Okie doke. So what we're going to do now, bring these back in, is we are going to trim our corners and then birth it. So like you saw here, because I have that L shape here, when I birth it, I should be able to see very easily where my corners are. Sorry, I'm not good at birthing small things. There we go. So that is beautiful. And see how easy that was to just find that perfect spot to fold it, because that had that L shape. So see, that just folded perfectly into space, like it knows exactly where it needs to be. So I'm going to birth the other one too, and then we are also going to top stitch. So if you had done it exactly per the pattern and didn't use 2 different fabrics, this is the folded edge. So this is the edge where you didn't sew. And so what we're going to do next is we are going to top stitch along the 3 other edges. So the 3 edges that we just sewed on, we are going to top stitch along there with a 1/8 seam allowance, okay? So I'm going to quickly birth the other one too. I say quickly, it's not going to be quick. And while I'm doing that, I am putting this under a little bit of weight just to help squish it a little bit. Because obviously I'm using vinyl and vinyl is puffy. So I'm just letting it do its job there. Okie doke. Okie dokie. So that is all good. So let's bring the sewing machine in and let's get them top stitched down. Okay, so let's move it in. I'm just going to put this one under a little bit, since that one got to have a little squishy squish. Okay, so like I said, I'm top stitching around the edges that I just sewed on. If this is a directional piece, you are top stitching the sides and the top. The bottom is being left unsewn. Not unsewn, but yeah, untop stitched. I guess unsewn makes sense. Okay, I need my hump jumper. Okie dokie. There we go. So that's all sewn down. Now I like to just turn it around to the other side and tie off the thread ends on the other side. So this side does get sewn down onto the bag. So the bottom edge here will get covered, which is why I like to tie it down on this end. I don't like to backstitch because I just think it looks a little bit messier on your top stitching. So that's why I am doing it this way. And then I'm just going to quickly top stitch the other piece as well. Okie dokie. So that's both of these covers done. I think I might move us back to the overhead to continue. Okay. Yep. So that's those two. And let's head back over to the overhead view. Okay. So we have finished sewing the covers together and we have top stitched it. So next what we're going to do is we're going to mark 3/8 of an inch on either side of the top stitched short edge. Yeah, so it's 3/8 from this side, 3/8 from the bottom, 3/8 from this side, 3/8 from the bottom. So there's my mark right there if we can see them. And we're going to do that on both pieces. So next we're going to cut a hole out. Sorry, that was me thinking, do I want to use my hole punch thing or if I wanted to just poke a hole. Sometimes when I'm using cam snaps, I just poke a hole with my pokey stick. So it's a much smaller hole. Just because it doesn't really need that big a hole with a cam snap, I think. Okay. So I've punched it. Now, you can use cam snaps or you can use snap buttons. I am going to use cam snaps on this one. If you wanted to see how to use snap buttons, I do use snap buttons on my birthed version. So head over to that video. So the birthed version of the Taylor bag, it is on YouTube as well. And just hop straight to that chapter. Everything has chapters, so you don't have to watch the whole thing. Okay, but with this one, I am going to use cam snaps. Oh, that color's a pretty color match, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to use this one. Okay, so I use a cam snap. Is that not a cam snap? Yeah, a handheld, table press. I don't know what it's called, that thing. And I highly recommend if you are using vinyl for these snaps, you should use a table press too. Obviously, not everyone has it. So if you only have one of the hand pressy things, one of the tips that I was given before I bought my table press was to put some glue on it as well, just to help with keeping everything in place. Because obviously, like, no matter how strong you are, your grip strength is, it's still not as strong as your whole body going against a table. So it's just a little bit safer because you don't want your snaps coming undone. Okay, now moving on. So if you've not done snaps before, oh, I didn't get enough of these. If you've never done snaps before and you need help with what pieces you need, so you need a cover and a male piece. So that's the cover, that's your male. And you need a cover and a female. So the male, the female, and 2 covers, that counts as 1 set. You're going to need 4 sets of these, okay? And so what we're going to do for these, we are using the males. So putting that in. Oh, it's a perfect match. Oh, is it too perfect? Can you guys see? And then the male on that side, just like that. Now, if you are using a little bit of glue, like I said, how I used to do it, I don't know if this is the right way. Someone's probably going to yell at me and tell me I'm doing it wrong. Actually, before I put some glue on, let me just quickly put this on because I'm using super glue, so it sets quick. If you are using the table press and you always get confused which part you are using, that's how I like to check. I literally just put it on. Obviously it won't fit on that one because that one's for the female and that one is for the male. Quickly get those in. Okie dokie. So, open now. Ugh. Not gonna lie, I feel like I just tasted some super glue. Ugh. Oh, that is not nice. Okay. Oh, so gross. So I like to just put a little bit on the bottom. Just, I don't know, I never trust snap buttons. Okay. And then if you are using the grip one, obviously use the grip one. I am using this, so wish me luck that I don't get super glue everywhere. Okay. And then that is installed on that side. And then we're going to do that on the other 3 holes that we've made as well. Exactly the same way. If you are using a table press, you don't have to use glue. Glue is my, what should I call it? My safety net. I'm just going to call it as is. I'm a scaredy cat, okay? Okay. I just don't trust. Okie dokie. So that's all 4 of those cam snaps done. So we're going to put them aside for now. And the female versions, we're also going to put these aside. And we are going to use them later on. So let's put those aside and let's keep moving on. Now that we've got the buttons on the clip covers, we're going to get them sewn on to your... Whew, this one's a long name. Bear with me here, okay? The... side gusset top exterior. I am not good with piece names, okay? In case it's not obvious. So we're going to get that sewn on. Now, first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to mark all of the center points. So I like to mark the ones that I'm going to need for the rest of the sew now. So first of all, the top one here, as well as the one inside here as well. Oh no, did I not actually match that right? No, I did not. Ooh. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. I just do it again. Now that I've marked my centers, I am going to attach the clips. So the side that you don't have the snap, so the folded side, because obviously I didn't fold, but the side that's not top stitch, the side that doesn't have the snaps, that's the side that you are going to attach on. There is a measurement in the pattern instructions that you're going from the center down. So you're going to measure that and put that right down there. Before I do that, I'm just going to measure my center point on these tabs too. It just helps me line everything up better. I like to have everything marked, know exactly where my centers are, so everything goes down smoother. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Let me just grab my ruler to mark that center too. Okay, so I've marked the centers. I don't know how well you can see it, but, the lines. So it's a measurement from here, from the top edge here down. And then I've marked where the center is, and then I've gone an inch either side. So for me, that just helps me line this up easier. Then I match that center marking to the center marking that I made there, and then line that up perfectly. Okay, clip that in place, and then we're going to go over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew this clip cover down. Oh, I should have said, some of you might not be doing this clip cover. Sorry, should have said that at the start. This clip cover is optional, so if you weren't doing it, skip all of this. Sorry. Okay. So we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We are going to sew this down. So Jassy has said with a 1/8 of an inch and then a 1/4 inch. What I'm going to do, and this is a little bit of a cheat, is I go across with a 1/8, I come back up, and then I go back across with a 1/4. So I just do like a little rectangle instead of stopping my stitches. For me, it's just quicker, it's easier, and I feel like it's a little bit more secure maybe. I don't know. Anyway, follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get those all tacked down. Go! Okie dokie. So we're getting this sewn on with a 1/8 seam allowance and then another line at a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So let me just get this in there. And I'll need my hump jumper. So when you moved it over, just double check that it still measures up to your to your lines, which mine do. And we are sewing it, first of all, again, 1/8 seam allowance. I like to try and match mine up with the top stitching so that it's not too obvious. And then, like I said before, instead of coming out and then doing a 1/4 inch, I'm actually just going up and then coming straight back across. So for me, I've just found that is a neater, easier, and quicker finish. There we go. Okay, so then you should have 2 lines like that. And then I'm going to go over to the back and I'm just going to pull the threads through and tie it all off on the back here. There we go. So that's what that looks like. And let's quickly do the second one too. Okie dokie. So that's all tied off and sewn together. I will meet you back over on the overhead. Before I do, I'm just going to quickly clean off those marks that I made. So clean those off however you made them. Yep, and I will meet you back over at the overhead. Okie dokie. So if you did the cover clip, this is what you're up to. If you skip the cover clip, we are still working on the top exterior piece. You just wouldn't have the clip cover on it. Cover clip on it, okay? So, but we are now exactly the same, so you are following on if you did skip that. Okay, so next what we're gonna do is we are going to grab our lining piece of the side gusset top exterior. Okay, identified the right side and the wrong side, so that's the right side for me. So this is the wrong side, this is the wrong side. We are going to match the exterior and the lining of both of these pieces wrong sides together. Okay, so flip it down. It's just going to be wrong sides together, just like that. And we are going to clip that all down. And we're going to take it over to the sewing machine and we are going to baste it together with a, well, baste the exterior and the lining together with a 1/8 seam allowance, okay? So let me just quickly get this all on. Now, if you have the clip cover, the cover clip, that thing, whoops, I didn't cut that bit properly. I'll cut that after I baste it on. Okay, if you do have the cover clip like I do, one thing to be careful of and wary of is as you are sewing around here, of course, move that out of the way. So don't sew the cover clip down, okay? So move that out of the way to baste the lining and the exterior down. Okay, I have run out of clips, so I am not going to clip this in front of you guys, but I will clip it. I think maybe. Let me see if I can go find some more clips. Okay, but we're going over to the sewing machine and we are basting this lining and exterior completely together. So we are literally doing the whole thing all the way around and we're doing it on both of these pieces, okay? So follow me over to the sewing machine. I'm going to try and find some more clips between now and the sewing machine. And yeah, we'll get this basted on. Okay, I found a couple more clips, so let's get this basting. So if I was a sane person, I would base this with the external up. The reason being is it's easier to move the flap out of way and it just makes sense, right? But I'm an insane person. No, my vinyl that I am working with, which is my exterior fabric, it's horrible. I have no better way of putting it than it is horrible. So it's, I don't know how to put it, but it's not a fun one to sew. So whereas my lining is Vibrant Boo from Sophisticated Supplies, so it's easier to maneuver and easier to control. So I'm actually going to do this lining side up, which I do not recommend. Let me say this, I do not recommend unless you are working with a painful fabric like I am, okay? If you are working with any normal fabric, external side up, especially if you are doing that clip cover clip, whatever that's called. Okay, but this is my fault. This is the problem with the fabric that I'm working with, so I have to go this way. Now, make sure you get your clip out of the way, the clip cover out of the way as you go. Like I said, this should be your external, so it should just be as easy as just like holding it out of the way. But I like to make life difficult for myself, so mine is underneath. I mean, it's still just as easy as move it away, but it's a little bit harder to move away, that's all. Oh, and in case I went on that long tangent without saying what we're doing, we're just basting this together, so it's just a 1/8 seam allowance. I can almost promise that when Jessie watches my tutorial, she's going to be like, what is Sam doing? Why is she sewing lining side up? I promise there is reason to my madness. Okay, so that's the first one done and basted together. So we're just doing the same thing with the other side as well. I'm not going to talk through that one, but just bear in mind that I am doing this upside down because I am a crazy person. I'm not a crazy person, I swear. Oh, actually, because I'm doing this upside down, I do need to trim this first then. So again, we're just basting the other one as well with a 1/8 seam allowance. You should be doing this external on top like I've said before, but in case for whatever reason you didn't watch me talk the first time, external on top. Don't have the lining on top like what I'm doing. Okie doke. So that's all basted together. So let's head back over to the overhead view. Follow me over. Okie doke. So, excuse me. Okay, so now that we have finished basting the side gusset, top exterior and lining, we are going to grab that ZC zipper with the side gusset zipper pocket thing. That's not what it's called, but this part that we made earlier, okay? So, first of all, if it makes a difference to you, choose which one is going to be for your shoe compartment. Honestly, it makes no difference because they're both still on the outside of the bag, so it really doesn't matter. So I'm just going to eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go this one. It's on my right-hand side, makes more sense. And we're going to throw the other one aside. Wait. Wrong way. So the one I threw aside is the one that I'm using for this shoe compartment. That's what I should be saying. Okay, so we only want one of these. The one for the shoe compartment, shove it aside, don't need you. Okay, and I'm going to use this one for it. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to match this together. So we are going... So I've already marked my center points. I think I've told you that before. So there's a center point there and of course my center point on the zipper tape that I matched before. Now before I go on, I just want to double check that my zipper tape center is still center. Only because obviously we did a fair bit of sewing. It could have shifted somewhat. It hasn't. It's still my center. Perfect. If it has shifted but your panel looks okay, then just remark a center, okay? If it's shifted, it doesn't look right, you may have to seam rip. Yeah. You make the call. Okay, now, what we're going to do is we are now going to put these pieces together. So first of all, we are going to go center to center. Now, this should be done with the zipper open. I like to clip at least, well, not at least, I like to clip this part with the zipper closed because it has a little bit more structure. It's easier for me to clip. Okay, after I've clipped that center, I then open the zipper up and then I start playing with the zipper tape. Okay, so we are just going to clip that zipper tape down onto this piece and it is right sides together. I'm trying to think of what way I sew so that I know which way I'm clipping my clips because I always clip my clips the wrong way somehow. I don't know how. I have a knack for doing that. Yeah, no, I do sew with the zipper up. That makes sense. Yeah, I am clipping the right way. Trust yourself. Okay. So we're clipping. Okay. And then as we come down to the bottom, obviously you will be clipping onto that zipper tab there. Okey-doke. Just going to clip the bottom together first. Why not? I am going to tell you guys a little secret. So right now I'm obviously clipping it with the zipper open, and this is how I'm doing it. And I'm obviously going to sew it with the zipper open. Truth be told, I normally clip it with the zipper closed. For me, when the zipper's closed, obviously it doesn't maneuver as well, but for me it's easier to handle. And then after I've clipped it, I then open the zipper. I've since been told for most people, they find it easier to clip with the zipper open. So that's why I'm doing it this way for the tutorial. But if you are struggling to clip it, try and do it with the zipper closed. See if that's easier for you to clip. For me, I find it easier because the zipper holds its shape. So you know, as you're clipping, it kind of holds the shape easier. You know exactly how much bend there is on that zipper. And then you just slowly clip down. Okay, but everybody is different. Do it with the zipper open. If you're really struggling, try it closed. But sewing, definitely zipper open. Okay, so follow me over, and what we're going to do now is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew this together with a basting stitch, and then we are going to bind it with a 1/4 inch. Okay, so we're going to sew it with the zipper up, so it will be like this. Obviously you can see like this is not going the right way, so as we sew we are slowly maneuvering the fabric. Okay, but follow me over to the sewing machine and we'll get sewing. Okie doke. So we're over at the sewing machine. We are basting this on with a 1/8 seam allowance. So like I said, do it with the lining side facing up. So the zipper is on top and it is a 1/8. So take your time. At the moment, the angle that you can see, obviously everything is included. Can I move you guys back, I wonder? Let me try. I don't want to move you guys too far back so you can't see. Okay, that might be a little bit better of an angle so you can actually see what's happening down here as well. You can't quite see it yet, but obviously that bit is upside down. That's normal because we're just going to maneuver it as it comes onto your sewing machine and as you go. Oh, one of my clips fell off. Okay, so as you can see now, we're starting to come to the bit where we need to maneuver a little bit, which is fine. It's no hurry yet, but yep, this is what I'm talking about of maneuvering it. So you just have to take it step by step, inch by inch. Once you move that flap open too, it kind of opens this all up as well, so it makes it a little bit easier. Okie dokie. So that's all basted on. So the next thing we want to do is double check that you are happy with your stitches. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I am. Obviously there was a few parts that it looked like my zipper tape was loose and it might be bunching up, but it's not. So it's just a matter of trusting your clipping, trusting yourself as you just keep sewing it along. And yep, that's absolutely perfect. That's all good. Okay, so next we are going to be binding. So like I've said before, use your binding of choice, whatever that is. For me, it is fold over elastic. Why is this? Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. I had to move my sewing machine a little bit. I don't know if that wobble is obvious. I'm hoping it's not going to be obvious when I'm doing it. It looks like as I've been moving my sewing machine, I might have dislodged one of my stoppers on the bottom of it. So it's just causing a little bit of a little wobble. So I don't know if I should fix it now or fix it later. So I'll fix it later. It doesn't need to be done now. Okay, just shoving something in there so the wobble's not as bad. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. She's good. Okay, let's keep going. So now we are going to be binding it. So whatever your binding of choice is, I've said this before and I will say it again. My binding of choice is fold over elastic. It's just easier for me to use and maneuver. So that is what I'm using for this bag as well. If you're using fold over elastic, singe the end before you start. Double check you have enough bobbin. To be honest, everyone says top stitching is the worst part to run out of bobbin. No, it's not. Binding is 100%. And I will stick by that. Okay, so we are going to bind that raw edge now, and we're going to do it with a 1/4 inch seam allowance with your binding of choice. I'll grab a couple of clips. Okay, and we are putting the binding on with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? Just double checking my angle, that's why I'm stopping, just to make sure my hand's not in your way too much. No, we should be good. There we go, so that's all done. Like you saw, I leave the binding on the roll even until I finish, and then I just cut it off right there where it needs to end, and then I'll just singe that off. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's head back over to the overhead and let's keep going. Actually, before we head back to the overhead, I forgot to check my binding. I was that confident that I was just like, no, we can go. Okay, just quickly check it, that everything is bound down. I didn't miss any bits. And nope, I didn't miss anything. Okay, that's why I was confident. Okay, let's keep going. So let's head over to the overhead. Okie dokie, so we've just finished that side panel. Sorry, mine is still a mess. This is literally what I've pulled over from the sewing machine, so you guys can see exactly what is happening. Let me trim off some of these threads. Let's at least do that. Okay, so now that we've finished this and that bit's binded too, I'm just going to quickly close this up. What we're going to do, so see, once it's closed up, it looks completely normal, just like that, front and back. Okay, once that's closed up, we're going to grab our 2 lining pieces that have the mesh pocket. Now, Jessie has this all done in 1 step. I do it in 2 steps. The reason being is, first of all, I don't have a flatbed machine, so my fabric is more prone to shifting. Second of all, I don't clip a lot. Maybe if you clip a lot, you don't need to do 2 steps, but I find it quicker to just sew instead of clip. So this is up to you what you do. So if you are doing it exactly Jessie's way, we are clipping the 2 mesh pockets together, wrong sides together. Okay, so wrong side to wrong side, clipping them together. And then you are going to add your exterior piece together as well. So decide which mesh pocket is which. So for me, I want the mesh pocket with my logo tag to be on the inside of the actual bag, not on the inside of this pocket. So the reason being is, let me just quickly show you where my logo tag is. And of course you could have put logo tag at a different spot and brought it in a little bit more. But if I had it on this front pocket, if you open it up, you can just see it there. It's not too bad actually, the placement of this. So maybe I could do this one. But anyway, so that's one of the reasons why I like to have it on the other side. The other reason why I want to have this one on this side is because this one is the 2 pockets that are equal. So it makes it really easy to access, easier to understand what to use it for. So this one is going in my pocket side. This one is going on the inside of my bag. So if you're doing it exactly how Jessie says, clip your 2 linings with the mesh pockets, wrong sides together. Decide which one is going to be the pocket that is inside the side gusset zipper pocket and which one is for inside the main bag. And then you are going to also put this down on it, lining to lining. And then you're going to baste all 3 of these pieces together, okay, at the same time. So clip it all and baste it. I struggle with that. I really do. It's definitely a me thing. It's not, yeah, it's just a me thing. It really is. I can't clip enough. Maybe I don't have enough clips. Maybe I'm just really bad at clipping. So what I am going to do is I'm going to baste these 2 together first, the 2 mesh pockets, wrong sides together first. So I'm going to baste those together, and then I am going to bring this in, clip that in place, and then baste it all again. So I am basting twice instead of once like Jessie's doing, but to me, it's easier. Okay, so let me quickly get this clip into place, and then we are going to head over to the sewing machine and baste these two together first, and then bring in the zipper pocket piece and baste the zipper pocket piece on. Now, I will talk about this here as well in case whoever is listening, if there is someone watching, hello, I hope you're watching. Whoever is watching, you guys are just basting once like Jassy does in her pattern because you guys are much more confident than I am. Here, okay, so this looks like it fits perfectly, yeah? But when you actually go to sew, this part, obviously flattened out, is longer. I'll show you on this side. Flattened out is longer, okay? That is normal. The reason being is because of this gusset here, okay? So when you are basting that down, make sure you mark center to center. Match your center points first, okay? Then match your side edges. Oh, I just broke my clip. That's one of my big clips I like. Okay, then your edge there. All of this top will match up perfectly. Don't worry about the top. The top should be exactly the same. And then here, what you're going to do is you are maneuvering your binding, okay? So fold your binding outwards like that towards the edge. And then you will find, you want to fold your binding outwards to get it away from your, whatchamacallit, to get it away from the zipper. And then at that point of the binding, also see how much you need to fold in, okay? So if you need to fold a bit in, that is absolutely fine. And just fold it where that binding is, okay? This looks not the prettiest right now, but I promise you when it comes together, it is absolutely fine. And again, this is because that bottom is wider, purely because of how this sits, okay? So follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get this sewn up. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly baste these two pieces together, and then we'll head back over to the overhead to clip the external on as well. So this is just a basting stitch. It's a 1/8. Jassy doesn't do it. She does everything all in one go, but I like to have all my fabrics secure one at a time because I don't have a flatbed and my machine shifts or my fabric shifts. Okie doke, so let's head back over to the overhead and we will get the external clipped on as well. Okie doke, so just basted that together, so now I need to clip it all in place. Like I said before, double check which side, if you only have your label tag on one side, which side you want it on and which pocket divider you want where, if they are divided differently like mine. Like I said, my one with the label tag is on the inside of the actual bag, and the one that's divided in two is going to be on my pocket. Okay, so let's get this clipped in place. So the way I clip this one, because I don't know how well you can see this, the exterior, obviously, if you flatten it all the way out, is wider at the bottom than the lining. That's because of the zipper, okay? So that is normal. So I like to clip, why do you not have a center mark? I like to clip center to center again first. So top center to bottom center. And then after I clip that, I then clip all around the edges and then the bottom. So let me just quickly do that. So I'll do the top, bottom, edges, and then I'll show you what we're doing on the bottom, okay? Double checking I have the right, still have the right side up for what I wanted as the front and bottom. Okie dokie, so I've got all those sides clipped down. So the side is all clipped down to that bottom. Now, this bottom isn't clipped in. Like, I have a fair bit of excess. Yours could be different. It depends on the fabric choices and all that as well. So one of the first things we're doing is the binding. Your binding is going to be clipped towards, well, away from the zipper. So your zipper is this way. So you're clipping it away from your zipper, okay? So it's going that direction. Now, while you clip that there, we're also going to fold this down. And as that comes down, we're going to bring this down like that. So then this will be flat and you are hiding any excess, or you're folding any excess into under this. So the reason that there is an excess here is because of the pocket. You want the pocket is obviously wider or bigger, so it is completely normal, and you're just going to fold it like that. After we've sewn it, this will get fixed up, so don't worry about it, okay? And again, so one of the biggest tips I have for finding that and how to make it work right is to have your side clipped, okay? So my side is clipped there, and then I am making sure my binding is facing the right way. Flatten that bottom, and then just bring that up. Super easy. Okay, and then now what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine, and like we did before, we're going to baste all the way around with a 1/8 seam allowance. So follow me over. Okie doke. So let's get this last one basted on. Okay, so I'm just going to start from the bottom here. Everything's clipped into place, and I'm just basting it with a 1/8 seam allowance. Making sure, again, as you come to the clip cover, get that out of the way. Don't sew that down. Okie dokie. So that's all basted together. So let's put this aside and let's keep moving on. Okie dokie. So that's the front all sewn together. Now, obviously, like I said, I had to do a little bit of folding there. Now, I'm going to trim it off. But before I trim it off, just to show you guys that this is 100% right, and before you cut it, if you wanted to double check, grab your pattern piece. So if you grab your pattern piece for the, let me double check the number this is called. Sorry. Yeah, so this is the pattern piece for D2, the side gusset lining, okay? So if you're worried, grab that and double check and see how it perfectly fits. So, and that bottom fits as well, even with that trimmed off. So that's how you know that it is actually 100% right. It's just making that sure before you trim it off, so you know you're not cutting things off that you're not supposed to, right? Okay, so I'm just cutting that. Now, because I just trimmed off some of my, whatchamacallit? Oh, words are not my friend today. My fold over elastic. I am just going to quickly give that a little bit of fire there. It's obviously within the seam, but I don't trust it. I don't. Okay, there we go. So that's all good. So we're going to keep moving on, okay? So the next thing that we are doing is we are grabbing our ZD zipper. One of the ZD zippers, doesn't matter which one. And we are going to mark center points. So again, match that zipper. Match the zipper tab, cut that for a center. Now, this is important on your zipper tape. I know some people don't mark centers even when I tell you to. Please, please, please do on this one. If you feel like I am calling you out, I probably am. No, I'm joking. I'm not calling anyone out on purpose. Okay. So mark your center point on the other side, on both sides, even though you're only sewing one at the moment. Okay, now what we're going to do next is we're going to match the zipper tape to that panel, right sides together, center to center again. So I'm starting at the bottom, center to center, and then the top, center to center. Right there. Of course, if you have the cover clip, make sure your cover clip is out of the way. Okay, now, zipper pulls. It is easier to do this with your zipper tape undone. That being said, I like to leave my zipper tape on until I get around the corners, okay? So now we're just going to clip this all in place. Okie dokie. So, That's all clipped into place. You will see that I haven't clipped, well actually I still need to do the other side, but you'll see that I haven't clipped this corner. For me, it's easier while I'm sewing to use my hemostat, not my hemostat, I'm not very good at my hemostat, with my pokey stick to get that into the right corner. I just need to make sure I have enough, which I do, and that it is clipped, okay? So I'm going to keep clipping on this side as well. Actually, I'm going to... Okie dokie, so that's all clipped into place. So let's head over to the sewing machine. We're going to baste that zipper down first of all. So we're going to baste it with a 1/8 seam allowance. After that, we're going to grab some bias tape or binding, and we're going to bind it with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay. So follow me over and let's get binding. Okie dokie, so let's get this basted on. So I'm starting from the bottom here. So this is just with the basting stitch, so it's just a 1/8 seam allowance. I forgot to grab my pokey. Okie dokie, so that's all basted together. So the next thing we're going to do is bind it, okay? I need to change thread colors. I don't know if you can see my bobbin is the wrong color thread because I ran out of bobbin thread before. So I'm going to quickly change that before we come back to bind it. Okie dokie, so I've just changed my bobbin thread so we can get binding. So we're just binding this with your binding of choice, like I've said before. Now, before I bind, there is something that I want to do. So over on this side, you see how my binding is sticking out a little bit. So it just means that, so I'm just going to trim that off. Now, because what I trimmed was binding, and here as well, I am going to need to quickly run a lighter over it just to give it a quick little singe to make sure that it doesn't fray. Now, the reason why I had to trim that just then is because I didn't trim it after I put them onto the lining. I could have trimmed it then, I didn't. So that's why I have to do it now. Okay, so binding. Again, binding of choice, mine is fold over elastic. Do I have to say it every time? No, surely not. Okay, so just going to get this binded down. Now I am going to start at the bottom here. Jessie does have like a couple of hints and tips on like what to do to get neater looking binding depending on, sorry, I'm just trimming some of these loose threads away. Okay. Jessie does have some suggestions and hints and tips on how to get a nicer, cleaner looking finish if you are not using fold over elastic. So make sure you read the instructions there, but otherwise fold over elastic's pretty easy. Just start where you want, finish where it started. Okay, and we're doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and we are just pretty much covering all of that, all of the, well, the whole perimeter. Whew, burnt my thumb. Okay, so we are doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance with the binding. Now, when I come around this corner here, I like to move my zipper tape out of the way so that my zipper is actually closed, which is obviously different to how Jessie says to do it. The reason being is it's genuinely just because of that corner. I hate going around a corner with a zipper open, only because of the zipper pull. So I'm just trying to get away from that zipper pull. Okay, now that I've made it around that corner, I'm going to open that zipper pull up, get that zipper pull right out of the way, and keep going with an open zipper. I'm putting a clip here because I completely missed sewing that down, so I'm just clipping it so that I know it's there so I don't forget. Okay, now as we come back around to the start, I'm just going to trim off the amount of binding that I need so that it's no longer on the roll, and singe this end too. Okay, so before I pull it off to check, I already know there's a couple of places I need to go back through. First of all being that corner, I don't know if you guys saw, I slipped off my seam allowance and came into a 1/8. So I'm going to need to fix that bit. And then also on that top there, I already told you guys this bit I missed. So I'm just double checking on the underside that everywhere else is caught, which it, ooh, there's one little bit here that's not caught. Okay, so put that there. Okay, so whatever bit I've missed or didn't catch, I'm just going over it to quickly get that caught back up. I'm actually just going to go all the way through on this bit. There we go. So that's all caught back up and we are all good. So double check that you are happy with everything and then we will keep moving on. Okay, moving on, we're going to head back over to the shoe compartment. So we're grabbing the other piece of that zipper pocket that you haven't sewn together yet, or you've sewn together but you haven't done the rest of it yet. Now, if you haven't already, mark your center point. If you have, double check that your center point is in fact still the center point. Yes, it is. Okay, and then let me just make that a clearer mark. Okay. And then next thing we're going to do is on the bottom of this piece, on either side of the zipper tab, we're going to mark a 1/4 inch. Kind of exactly like what we did on that back panel when we did it onto the shoe compartment. So I'm just going to mark a 1/4 inch and a 1/4 inch. Okay, so that's marked on either side there, so from the outside in. And then what we're going to do is we are going to grab our shoe lining compartment. We are going to match the center with this bit, and this is why I say to maybe leave a mark on the center on the other side when you decided which the center is, because I don't know if you could tell just then by my hesitant movement, I forgot already which seam I was going to use as my center. So luckily I made a mark. Okay, so we are matching these this way. So the right side of the shoe compartment lining is going against the mesh side. So the right side of the lining, but obviously the wrong side of the exterior. So, and I'm marking that center to the center. This is important. Make sure your centers match up. If your centers don't match up, you're going to be in a new level of pain later on. No, not really. You're just going to have to maneuver and be creative, I guess. Okay, so like we did on the other side, we're just clipping our bottom, the flat edge down for now. So this is, I'm just going to shove this in there to get it out of my way. Okay, so we're just clipping that bottom line. And like we did on the other side, what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're just going to baste that bottom, but from that 1/4 inch mark to the 1/4 inch mark. So we're just going to do that and baste that down. And then we're going to keep going. So follow me over to the sewing machine. We'll get that basted down. Then we'll come back up here and clip. Okay, let's go. Okie dokie. So let's get this basted on. So again, we are starting at that 1/4 inch. We're doing a 1/8. Yep. And we're just basting this down. And we're just basting it down again, just to the 1/4 inch mark, which is right there. I like to put my pokey stick right on the mark that I'm supposed to go to. It just helps me with my needle hitting it, to be honest. That way I know, yeah, I'm exactly at the right spot without having to shove my head all the way in there. Okay, so that's basted down. So let's head back over to the overhead and we'll clip the rest in place and keep moving on. Okie dokie, so we've basted the bottom down. So the next step that we're going to do is we're going to mark a couple of points. So we're going to mark on the lining, I've already snipped it, sorry. We're going to mark a 1/4 in from the base, right against where that top panel ends. and then we're going to snip to that spot. So we're doing that on both sides. So a 1/4 inch and snip to that spot. And then we're also going to mark a 1/4 inch up from the bottom on the zipper tab, okay? So a 1/4 inch up on the zipper tab. Now, clipping it. So I'm not going to lie, I have problems clipping it, and I've worked out it's to do with the way you hold your tension. So clip this however works for you. It will fit. Okay, so Jassy swears by clipping it with the zipper undone. So we are, just to explain what I'm talking about right now, we're about to clip this together to the lining. So the zipper is right side up and the lining of the shoe compartment is right side up, and we're clipping it, okay, center to center. And then we're going to clip all the way down along the edge, and that bit that we've just cut open should match up. And you're clipping it. Whoop, sorry, my basting step is coming in. And we're going to be clipping it down like that. So you will end up with an opening at the back where it stretches like that. That is normal. And yep, that is what we're doing. Okay, but now for me, I find it easier to clip with the zipper actually closed up. So I find for me, I think it's something to do with the tension I hold on my zipper tape when I clip. So it's easier for me to actually have the zipper closed up, so it's holding its shape. So then I bring the fabric to the shape that it's holding instead of, you know, the other way around. Okay, so you stay flat. Stop annoying me. So first of all, center to center, right side of the lining to the wrong side of the zipper tape, or both facing right side up, whatever you want to call it. And then we're going to slowly clip it in place. Now, I'm going to pre-warn you guys because, like I said, I have trouble with clipping clips. Clipping is not my friend. That's why I prefer to just sew straight up. This clipping is not going to look pretty, but in case you clip like me, I'll show you how to fix it, because I can guarantee you I never clip right. So see how now I've gotten to here, I've got a fair bit over. So now what I do is I straighten this out, clip the bottom in, and then I'm going to slowly let some of the zipper tape out. And I will tell you this, that this is probably just a me thing. You're probably going to clip this in place so easily and you'll be like, what is Sam doing? And I can tell you that this is almost 100% going to be the case, that you guys will clip this so easily while you watched me struggle and do that to smooth that in. Because I am the only person that is having trouble with this. This bag was made by I don't know how many testers. I'm the only person who can't seem to clip it in place. So it's definitely something to do with how I hold my zipper. Okay. And then, of course, all the way around the other side. So, like, as you can see, like, I've eased it out now and it does fit. It fits perfectly. This is exactly right. It's just however I clip it. I think I'm holding too much tension with my zipper tape. Perfect. Okay, so that's all clipped in place. So now what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to baste that zipper tape in place. Now I am going to open up my zipper now to baste it. If you clipped without the zipper closed, obviously you don't have to do that because your zipper's already closed. I'm just going to add a couple extra clips in there just to keep everything in place. Okay, and we're going to head over to the sewing machine. And we are going to baste this zipper tape down with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so head over to the sewing machine with me. Okie dokie, so we're over at the sewing machine. So we are just going to baste this down with a 1/8 seam allowance. There's a lot of clips. So we're starting again at that 1/4 inch mark. Okie dokie, so that's all done. So let's keep moving on. Okie dokie, so this is my shoe compartment with the lining done. So next we're grabbing our top panel, side gusset top panel. Okay, so sorry, I zipped it up just to double check everything fit right and I was happy with the stitches, which I am. Sorry, I've got lots of loose threads everywhere. I am a mess. Okay, so next what we're going to do is we are grabbing our top exterior, just like that. We are matching center to center. Okay, so that is right side down, the smaller end, so not the side with the cover clip, and that is center to center and front. Center to center of the zipper tape, and the zipper tape and that is right sides together. There we go, I can talk. And then we're going to clip it in place all the way around and down to the bottom. Okay, so pretty much like how we clipped that other piece the other side, but of course this one just has this giant section attached to it as well. Okie dokie. I need to go find some more clips. As you can see, I'm completely up. So I'm going to go find some more clips and I'm going to clip the other half too. But as you saw, we're just clipping it all the way down to the bottom. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we are going to sew this together with a 1/8 seam allowance. I almost said 1/4 inch. That was dumb. With a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, we're sewing this down. And yeah, so follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get this basted down after I find some more clips to do the other side too. Okay, I'll meet you over there. I managed to find like 4 more clips. So yeah, I am not completely clipped, but I trust myself. Plus I've done this before, so I know I don't actually need that many clips. Okay, so let's get this basted on. So just going to start at this corner. The trickiest part about this bit is just making sure that you get the bulk of that shoe lining out of the way. Okay, so we are basting this with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okie dokie. So that is all basted on. Let me just cut some of these threads. Obviously, I don't cut threads very often, so I've got a lot of threads everywhere. Okie doke. And then now we are going to bind along that whole arch. So not the bottom, not the baseline, just around all of that bit that we just basted, okay? So we are binding with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, again using your binding of choice, and again mine is fold over elastic. So I feel like if you feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, it's because I am. So 1/4 inch seam allowance, binding with a 1/4 inch. Did I say 1/4 inch seam allowance already? I'm losing the plot, I'm telling you guys. Okay, 1/4 inch seam allowance, and we are binding with your choice of binding. Now, I say this about most of my binds, but I know there's people that are scared of binding. You don't need to be scared of this bind. It's on the inside of the bag. It's not noticeable. It's us as bag makers, we're way more critique of ourselves than anyone else, but genuinely it is not noticeable. So just breathe and bind. So 1/4 inch seam allowance, binding of choice. If you wanted some more tips and hints on how to bind with fold over elastic, I have a whole video of it on my YouTube channel, so go check that out. But otherwise, just keep binding, just keep binding. Sorry, I had to. Okie dokie, so that's all done and binded. Let me just cut that edge off and singe it. So let's keep moving. Oh, actually, I keep trying to do this. Okay, so before we move on, quickly check the underside that you are happy with the binding that you just did. Yep, I'm happy with all of that. Okay, so everything's caught. We're all good. So let's keep moving on. Okie dokie, so this is where we're up to. We've got our pockets sewn on, everything's beautiful and it's binded. So next we're going to grab our ZD zipper just like we did on the other panel, on the other side panel. Going to mark your center points if you haven't already, so on the bottom, and make sure you do mark it on the zipper. And then we are going to clip everything in place, right sides together, just like we did on the other side gusset. Okay. And then open that zipper tape up to clip it all in place, right sides together to that external piece. I'm not going to do that bottom because I need to show you guys something if you guys are like me. And this side. Okie dokie. So, to get this bottom part all clipped in too. Now, for some of us, like me, you might have noticed there that I've had to fold this a little bit. That is absolutely normal. Remember how on the other side I had to fold it a little bit too? Some of you might not. Some of you it will fit perfectly. Some of you, like me, will have to fold a little bit, and you are folding on that external bit, just like you did on the other side, right? For me, I've noticed this has to do with when I'm cutting or when I'm stretching, when I'm applying the zipper, and it's to do with this zipper here, to have that zipper holding out the right way. So if you do need to fold anything at all, it's on this side, so that's where your other binding is. So it's exactly the same like that other side, really. There is no difference there. You're folding at the same spot. You are folding in the same amount pretty much, and then the rest will just go on beautifully. Why did I not open this all the way? There we go. Okay, so just in case you were wondering, that's what we're doing there. Okay, so that's folded, that's beautiful. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to baste that zipper down with a 1/8 seam allowance, and then after that we are going to bind it, okay, with a 1/4 inch, just like we did on the other side. So follow me over to the sewing machine and let's get that done. Okie dokie, so we're going to get this basted down now. Now the trickiest part for this is your use your words, Sam. Sorry. The trickiest part of this is just making sure that you get your shoe compartment. Sorry. Oh my Lord. You get your shoe compartment out of the way and that your shoe compartment isn't getting tangled as you sew. Okay. So just bear that in mind. And so just make sure you know where your shoe compartment is. So my shoe compartment's here. I'm just making sure, shoving it as far underneath that way, so as far that way as possible, so it's nowhere near me. Again, make sure your clip cover is out of the way. And again, I'm just picking up that and shoving it as far away from me as possible, the shoe lining. There we go. So that's all basted together. Double check that you are happy with your stitches, that there is no puckering, and you are happy with everything. And then we're going to move on to binding. So let me just quickly double check. I'm pretty sure I'm happy with everything. I know it felt like a right sew. It felt nice. Yep. Yep, I'm happy. Okay, so I'm going to quickly trim off. Like I said, I had to fold that a little bit. So I'm quickly trimming that corner off. Same thing over here. Just trimming that a little bit. Now, if you trimmed fold over elastic like I did, make sure you singe it. It's just good housekeeping. Okay, and then I am happy. Yep, I'm happy. Everything can be bounded now. So, bounded, binded. Is it bound or binded? I don't know. Anyway, it can be done. So, fold over elastic, singe it. If you're using fold over elastic, use whatever binding it is of your choice. I feel like I'm doing a bunch of disclaimers. And then let's get binding. Let me just trim this a bit. I just have a lot of thread ends here. Okay, coming in with a 1/4 inch bind, just like we did on the other side. I've got a couple of skip stitches there, but I will come back and fix that. I should have bought my hump jumper in. I knew that as I was going, but I didn't do it. So, my fault. Okay. That to remind myself. Sometimes it's easy to forget a skip stitch with binding, because obviously the binding is still on. It'll still look like everything's caught, especially if you've just skipped 1 or 2 stitches, which is what I did there. So I like to just put a clip there to remind myself, just so I go back and make sure that I fix those skip stitches. Back. Sorry. I got bitten by a crazy amount of mosquitoes earlier today. Oh, sorry, knocking you guys. So I'm just trimming off the, what's that thing called? Fold over elastic, because I've got enough now. I'm coming around to the end, so just give that a quick singe. Okay, so that's the binding all done. I already know that I have skip stitches over on the other side, so I'm just going to quickly fix those skip stitches, and then I'm going to double check that I got everything and that I am happy with how everything is. Okay, this is where I got my skip stitches, so I'm just double checking. There it is. Just saw it try to skip again. There we go. And then I'm just going to check the rest of the binding to make sure I'm happy with everything before we keep moving on. Oh, right here. I've missed a bit right here. There we go. Right at the start, surprisingly. Okie doke. And the rest I think is all good. I'm just going to do a quick once over, and then we'll head back over to the top. Yep, we're all good. Okay, let's head back over. Okie dokie, so we've sewn that zipper on and we've bounded it. You've double checked that you are happy with everything. So now we're going to keep moving on. So the next step we're going to do, remember how I said make sure you mark your zipper on both sides on the center? Well, we're up to that point. I'm going to admit, this step freaked me out, okay? The first time I did this genuinely freaked me out. I'm now up to, I don't know if this is the 3rd or 4th time. It's still scary. Okay, so right where that mark is, that center mark is, you are going to cut it. Make sure your zipper pulls are on either side. I mean, that should be pretty self-explanatory. It can't open if it wasn't, but make sure it is. And singe. Maybe have a lighter that works. Okay. And then we are going to 90-degree angle these as close to the edge as possible. So there's no overhang. We're just 90-degree angling it. Okay. Okie dokie. And we're doing that on the second one too. There's my zipper. Oh, they're right here. Okay, make sure one zipper on either side. Okie dokie. And now what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to base those two 90-degree angles down. Okay, so follow me over. Okie dokie. So let's get these basted. Okie dokie, so that's all basted down. So let's head back over to the overhead view. Okie dokie, so we've just gotten those two zippers all done. So we've got the 90-degree angle. Something I just wanted to reassure you guys before we move on, because I freaked out a little bit the first time I did this pattern. There is a gap in the zipper. Of course there is. It makes sense because that was a solid zipper. You cut it and then you've 90-degreed it, okay? This is normal. This is what is expected, okay? So don't freak out. Okie doke. Now, let's keep moving on. So next we're going to bring out our main panel, our main exterior, and we're going to get these side gussets put onto the main exterior. First of all, I'm opening up the zippers on this. I'm going to put one of these aside because I need more space. And then let's grab the main bag over. Okay, so this is our main panel. This is the back, this is the front. So if you want to copy Jassy exactly as to the shoe compartment placing and the non-shoe compartment, I guess, placing in terms of where it is to your front and back panel, so therefore where it is left or right, your shoe compartment would be on this side. So this is your on your left, your front on the right, and then your shoe compartment would be on the bottom, okay? So that means the other one, which is the one I want to work with first, is on the top, right there, okay? So now it doesn't matter, okay? So it doesn't matter if you get the two side gussets mixed up, okay? So if I ended up with this one over here and the shoe compartment over there, it makes no difference to the use of the bag. It's just which side the shoe compartment would be on when the bag is closed, okay? So it's genuinely no problem, okay? Now let's keep moving on. So we are going to match the side gusset to the center of the base. Ooh, I might have knocked you guys. Right sides together and clip it all in place. Now if you need to or are worried, double check your center and that your center is still the center. The only reason it could have changed is if your seam allowance on the bottoms when you're sewing those two panels on were wrong, okay? So that's the only reason it would change. It's not a big deal if it has, just remark the new center, okay? So first off, center to center. Now Jassy has included two measurements, well, a measurement for us, which is 1/2 inch from the either side of these top corners. If you would like, you can mark that down now as well. As you can see, I'm living life dangerously. I'm using a normal pen, not even a vinyl safe pen. Okay, so that 1/2 inch mark is where your zipper is expected to end. So you can either clip the edges in first and then ease the rest in, or go center and out and see if you are off at all. I'm pretty confident with my stitches. I know I've done my 90-degree well. I know all of this should fit. So I'm quite happy to just start from that 1/2 inch and clip backwards. Okay, now if for whatever reason it doesn't match, like you saw me just then, this was slightly over the 1/2 inch mark that I've dropped. The reason being is I was holding my zipper tape too tight, okay? So it was just a matter of easing it back in. If it's really off by a lot, then your problem is most likely, if your cutting is all right, is most likely your 90-degree angle, okay? So remember, your 90-degree angle should have no overhang. It should just be cut, okay? Not just be cut, but it should just fit. Yep. So that's all clipped. I'm going to clip the other side as well. And then after we've clipped the other side as well, we're going to head over to the sewing machine we're going to baste both sides together with a 1/8 seam allowance, okay? So let me grab the other one and I'll get that clipped on, and then we'll head over to the sewing machine. That's all clipped in place, so let's head over to this sewing machine and let's get those both sides basted on with a 1/8 seam allowance. So follow me over. Okie dokie. So let's get this basted on. Whew, she big. Okay, one side at a time. Okie dokie. So we're basting this on with a 1/8 seam allowance. The biggest challenge with this is genuinely, it's just the size and the weight. So make sure you have enough space. Make sure you have strong arms. No, it's not that bad. Not gonna lie, when I'm not filming, I can't do it at the moment because of where the tripod location is and everything. But when I am not filming, I actually have the bag, so the rest of the bag that's not in the frame right now, so the ones that I haven't sewn yet, thrown across my shoulder. So I have it, yeah, thrown across my shoulder, and to help me bear some of that weight. So you'll find a position that works for you and is easiest for you. You might be wondering why I have this thing in front of me. I don't have anything that's level, that's the same height as my table. If I did, I would use that. But just having something there instead of the sheer straight drop onto the ground helps hold a lot more of the weight. So I'm not fighting front and back of the bag to try and maintain its weight. So that's why I've got that over there. Okie dokie, so that's the first side basted on, and we're going to do it all over again on the other side. Okie dokie, so that's all basted down. So I'll head over to the overview and the overhead view, and let's have a good look. Okie dokie, so our side gussets are installed now. So our external is actually all done. So definitely give it a little look, have a nice little look-see, see how your final bag is potentially going to look. I do like to close my bag up at this point just to have a look at it. You will have to open it up, obviously, to sew the internal on. But this is a good time to just sit and see what you've done and enjoy your handiwork. Your main zipper, which is this one here, obviously hasn't been top stitched, so it does make sense why it is flopping inwards. That is fine. Don't freak out about it. And also ignore how I'm opening and closing it. It's completely, you'll find what way works for you. Every single time I open and close these bags, I'm still doing it a different way, whether I do the side gusset zippers up first or the center zipper up first, or just like what I've done there, a combination of both. Okay, there we go. So this is what our bag is looking like at the moment before the lining and everything else on the inside goes in. So if you have a cover clip, this is normal that there's nowhere to clip to because we're doing that later on. Okay, so don't freak out. That's normal. Or good. Oh, this is looking nice. Okay, I have a lot of threads to cut, but otherwise, she pretty. Okie dokes. So that's your external done. So let's go along and get the internal finished up. Yay! Okay, moving on to the interior lining for the bag. First of all, we're going to grab our ZE1 zipper as well as our ZTE zipper pull. If you haven't already, make sure you have your zipper pull on the zipper. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to grab the zipper tab. we're going to cut it into 4 equal parts, or 4 equal pieces. Then we're going to grab the zipper tabs. We're going to match them right sides together on either end, of the zipper tape. And then we're going to sew each end with a 3/8 seam allowance. Okay. Once we've done that, we're going to turn the zipper tabs right side out, and we are going to top stitch around the perimeter. But follow me over to the sewing machine and I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so at the sewing machine, so first of all, we're going to do a 3/8 seam allowance. Okay, after you've done your 3/8, you're going to open that up. And then you are going to top stitch around the whole perimeter. Okie dokie. And then we're going to do it on the other side as well. 3/8 and then top stitch around the whole perimeter. Okay, so that's all done. So let's move over back to the overhead view. So that's your zipper tabs. Okay, let's keep going. Okie dokie. Now, next what we're going to do is we're going to get our 2 flap cover pieces. You're going to decide which one is your front and which one's your back. Mine are identical, so it doesn't matter. But if you are using a pattern print, I would assume you want the pattern print for the front. So whichever one you want for the front, we are going to cut it into 2 pieces. So there's a measurement in the instructions. So literally just rule it down, cut it. Okay, so I've quickly done that off camera. So you'll end up with your back piece and your front piece will have a top bit and a bottom bit. Okay, and now we're going to be working on that front piece only. Okie doke, so we're going to grab our zipper in. First of all, I like to mark all of the center points, well, not all of them, the parts where they will match. So the top of the bottom piece, the bottom of the top piece, as well as the zipper. There we go. And then we are going to match our zipper tape to the bottom, right sides together, center to center, and clip that in place. Ooh! That was all my clips running away. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew that together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. We're going to turn it right side out and then we're going to top stitch it. We're going to match the top edge to the other side and do the same thing. So 1/4 inch and open it up and top stitch. But follow me over to the sewing machine and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so first of all, we're going to come in with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, like I said before. There we go. Okay, now that that is done, we're going to flatten that seam and then we are going to turn it right side out and then top stitch with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay. Now that that side's done, we're going to add the top as well. So we're getting our top bit. You can either, so it's right sides together. You can either match it to your center, which should match perfectly, or if you are worried that there was any movement while you were sewing, you can match the edge pieces. Okay, so to me, it's a little bit of both. So I match the center and then I clip the edge. That way it's just perfect. Okay, and then again, we are doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Making sure I know where my zipper pull is. Then we're going to, like we did the other side, the bottom, we're going to turn it right side out, flatten the seam, and top stitch. Okay, that's all sewn together, so I'll move us over to the overhead view. Okie dokie. So next we're going to be moving on to the back flap cover piece. Okay, so we're going to get it right side up. So this is right side up. This is the top. This is the bottom. Along the bottom of it, we're going to mark 2 points. So the points are measured from the bottom as well as from the side. So Jassie's given us all those measurements. It's really clear in the instructions. So I don't know how well you guys can see this, but I've already marked it there. Before you go around drawing on your fabric, it is a heat erasable pen, okay? So make sure it can be erased, or to be honest, if I wasn't filming, I would have brought my ruler in. So in real life, that's what I do. I have my ruler from the corner, stick it down, from the corner, stick it down. So no markings, just ruler. Okay, moving on. So we're going to grab our Velcro pieces. So you're going to identify your hook one, which is the scratchy one. Hopefully that shows. That's your fluffy, so that's the loop. So we're going the scratchy one. And we are going to cut it in half. And then what we're going to do is we are going to stick it down. So mine is already got sticky stuff on it. Ooh, really sticky stuff on it. Okay, so I just peel that off. If you don't have sticky stuff on yours, just add some double-sided tape. To be honest, I don't work with a lot of Velcro, so I don't know if there is some that don't come with it. And then you're going to match it down and put it down exactly as per that measurement. Like I said, if you have the ruler and you can bring the ruler in, it helps ensure a nice and even placement. I'm actually going to do that quickly off camera for the other one. Okay, so I've just stuck that second one down. So literally all I've done is I've moved my ruler in so that I can make sure it's nice and flat and level. Okay, so next step that we're supposed to do is actually go and sew this down. Now, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to do one extra step before I do that. The reason being is, like you saw before, the stuff that I'm working with, the sticky is, it's super sticky. Like it is really sticky and it really gums up my needle. So every time after I sew on this, I have to clean my needle. I think most people probably would if you've got some kind of sticky residue, but so what I like to do is actually do the other two. So adhere the loop pieces now before I sew both of these down. So that means I am skipping forward a little bit, okay? So I'm just going to skip forward now. So this was step 33 and I'm going to skip forward step 36 and we are going to do the loop as well, okay? So let me grab those 2 pieces. So these are the 2 pieces that will be facing upwards. So the ones that you will see with the bag, I guess is the best way to describe it. Let me turn. There we go. That's better. So it's, yeah, the ones that you'll see. Okay. And first of all, like we did on the other piece, we are marking 2 spots. So the spots, make sure you have it right side up. So this is the right side of my fabric. This is the top edge. And I'm marking 2 spots from inside out. So make sure you know which side is which. If you are forgetful, like I can be sometimes, it does help to put an L on one side and an R on the other. I like to put it right on the corner so I don't mess them up and it doesn't show. But if it does, for whatever reason, show, this is a heat erasable pen, so I can erase it. So left, right, and then from the center out, from the top down is where our measurements are. And then, like we did before, we're getting our loop piece, cutting it in half. Okay, and then sticking it down. So that's one side, and then we're just doing the other side quickly as well. And like I said with the other one that we just did, we are now going to take it over to the sewing machine and we're going to top stitch it down. So again, I am jumping ahead to do this step, but the reason being, like I said, is because I have to clean my needle after I top stitch this. So I may as well do both of this. So I only clean my needle once. Okay, so follow me over and let's top stitch the hook one and the loop one at the same time. Follow me over. Okay, so we are just top stitching these Velcros down. Like I said before, there is a lot of double-sided tape, especially if you use like the type that I'm using. Ugh. Should have pre-warned you guys this. This is why you watch my channel, to see all the mistakes I've made. Okay, so let me just show you guys quickly. I didn't change thread, I forgot to, so the thread shows up like crazy. So one of the biggest tips I can give you with doing these Velcros is change your thread to match the color of the Velcro, whether it is white Velcro or a black Velcro. So I'm going to quickly take these stitches out and then we're going to quickly change that top stitch color. Okay, be 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm just changing my thread, but my needle, even though I've only done that tiny little bit, is already super gummed up. So I'm just getting a little bit of sewing machine oil and I'm just kind of rubbing it on either side just to get us through this Velcro. Like I said, my sewing machine really dislikes double-sided tape. So this is just one of the tricks that I've learned to get through it. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so I make these mistakes so you don't have to. As you saw before, when your thread doesn't match your Velcro, it is so obvious. Like my stitches looked really wonky, right? But like you saw the back was smooth and straight. So it has nothing to do with my stitches. My sewing is beautiful, thank you very much. But it's to do with the way, oops, sorry, I just knocked the sewing machine. Just has to do with the way that the loops and the hooks catch onto the threads and they make the thread go a little bit crazy, I think. Okay, so that's one side down and then just the other side as well. I have purposely used my bobbin thread to still match my fabric. So that's so that it still looks pretty, because that inside does show on the inside of the bag. It's not a big deal, but I just like I like matchy threads. Okay, so the other one. Okie doke, so that's all done. Now, like I said, when we're in the overhead view, I'm cheating and I am skipping ahead a few steps. So I'm grabbing the next piece, which is the suit jacket piece, and I am also top stitching the fuzzy loops down. Like I said before, it's because once I do this, I have to change needles. My sewing machine does not like double-sided tape. It does not like sticky needles, so that's why I am doing it. The top thread, of course, again, matters because it's this bit that I'm worried about. The bobbin on this one doesn't matter as much because there is a lining fabric, okay? So, okay, and then the other piece. Okie dokie. There we go. So that's all sewn down. Now, I'll meet us back over at the overhead view. But before I do that, I am going to change my needle. I don't know how well you guys can see it. It is super sticky and gross. So that's why I do both of those Velcros first before I move on. Okay, so follow me back over to the overhead. Okay, so now that we have the Velcro installed and the zipper installed for the front and back of the flap cover piece, we're going to put it all together. So we're going to match them all right sides together Now, you may notice that the zipper tabs are longer. That is right, or it might not be. It really just depends on how you sew, okay? If it is longer, doesn't matter, you can trim it. If it is longer, I mean, yeah, whatever I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's just clip them all into place. Okay. Once it's all clipped into place, we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew around the perimeter with a 1/8 seam allowance. Once we've done that, we're going to birth it. So you probably should have opened the zipper beforehand. We're going to birth it, flip it right side out, and then we're going to top stitch to enclose all the raw edges. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. Okay. So we're just going to baste those covers together. I like to sew it together, sorry. I like to do it with the bottom up, because the bottom has the, what are they called? The Velcros. And so to me, I want to make sure that the bottom is the measurements that we are following, just in case there's any differences in the sizes. And that could be to do with how you sewed it on with the zipper, okay? So we are doing a 1/8 seam allowance with this around the whole perimeter. You might see that I'm holding it up trying to keep it flat. The reason being is I don't have a flatbed machine. So if I let it go floppy like that, sometimes I'll find my fabric shifts more and I don't get as nice of a finish. So that's why I am doing this. Okay. Okie dokie. There we go. So that's all done. So now what we're going to do is just trim off all of these corners. If your zipper tabs are too long like this, just trim it as well, just so it's not overhanging. There we go. And then we are going to birth it. Okay, so give me 2 seconds. Okay, I might actually move the sewing machine out of the way a little bit to give us some, a little bit more space there. Okie dokie, here we go, that's a bit more space. Okay, so we're going to birth it out through that zipper. So I'm just going to open that all the way. Okay. If you have chopsticks, use those. I like to use my hemostat because it's, what's that called? It's blunt. It's not pokey like my stiletto, so it won't just poke through my fabric. So, and it helps you poke out beautiful corners. Okie dokie. After we've turned it out, we are going to flatten all the seams to get it nice and rectangular. So I'm using this is Sewfisticated Twill. It's a super easy fabric to work with. So all I need to do is just kind of roll it between my fingers and it'll help really get a beautiful seam. So depending on what fabrics you're using, do what works for you. If you need to iron, give it a little iron. It's just whatever works for the fabric that you are using. There we go. So that's all nice and flat. So, should bring that out a little bit more. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to top stitch. We're going to top stitch along the top edge with a 1/8 seam allowance, and around the edge, bottom, and that edge with a 1/4 inch. Okay, so 1/8, quarter, quarter, quarter. Okay, so let's grab the machine back in and keep going. So I like to start along the top edge here. Now, Here's a nice little thing that you can do as well if you would like, and you have a heat erasable pen. So obviously this side is starting with a 1/4 inch. So there's a couple ways you can do it. You can actually start much lower down here instead of at the edge. So then what you'll do is you finish off with your 1/4 inch and then come around the corner with your 1/8. Or you can mark a 1/4 inch with a heat erasable pen, and you can start from there. So completely up to you what way you prefer. Truth be told, I change my mind each time I go how I do it. So yeah, it's just whatever works for you. Now with this one, do take your time. You want a really straight line, because this is, when you open the bag, this is a pocket that's staring straight at you. So you want to keep your top stitching as neat and tidy as possible. Or use the same color thread as your fabric. Always helps hide flaws, I've found, for top stitching. So that's my biggest tip for top stitching. Use the same color thread. There we go. As we come back up to the top, like I said, I marked my 2 inch, my 1/4 mark. So my needle should be coming back pretty much at exactly the right spot. And I'm trying to stop where I started. There we go. Here you go. So you see that, how that is start and stopped at exactly the same spot. So there's no mess. Sorry, that's not focusing. Focus on you. There you go. Start stopping at exactly the same spot, so it's nice and clean. And I just need to go get my iron and iron that out. Now I am going to quickly bring the threads through to the back and tie it off. I just find it's the neatest finishing method for me. So just quickly do that. There we go. So that's all tied off. And we'll keep moving on. Okay, next step, we are grabbing our ZF zipper. So that is your zipper for the suit lining, the suit pocket, whatever, the suit thing. And if you haven't already, make sure you insert your zipper pull. And of course, make sure you have already singed both ends of your zipper tape. It's just good housekeeping. It just stops it from fraying. There we go. And then what we're going to do is we are going to do a 90-degree angle on the top bit. So this one, there is no measurement as such. It's just you want it as close to the top as possible. So I roughly know that's about there of a fold. So I like to fold before I separate it even. And then just separate it. Then I have that fold to go off so that they would be equal. And then I'll clip that in place to baste it. There we go. So going to take that over to the sewing machine. I'm going to baste those two down and follow me over. Okay, so we're just basting those two down. For me, I find it easier to grab my pokey stick and just hold it right down there before I take the clip off so that it's held in place, and then just baste it. I like to just quickly back stitch that bit as well. Don't know why, just do. Okay, and other side. There we go. So that's basted in place. So we'll keep moving on over on the overhead view. Okay, so we're going to grab our suit compartment linings back up. Oop, my mark's gone missing. And if you did note down which one's right, which one's left, make sure it's on that way. If you haven't, the side that's closer to the the one that's closer to the edge, or whichever edge is closer to the Velcro, I should say, sorry, that is the edge that the zipper tape should then go on. Okay, so now we're going to get our ZF zipper tapes. I've got that here. And what we're going to do is I am going to separate it out. So why did I put the zipper tape pull on? I don't know. I just seem to do it. Okay. Anyway, and then we're going to, on both of these pieces, the suit compartment lining piece, we're going to mark 3/8 from the top, just on that side there. We are going to match up the zipper tape, right sides together with that compartment lining, and we're going to match up to the top there. Okay, just like that. And then you're going to match it all the way. Sorry, this is a massive piece, so we're not going to, I don't think I can get us all in, but we're going to match that, clip that and match it all the way in place. Okie doke. We're also going to do that with the second piece. For me, I find it easier to roll these pieces up after it's been clipped on, so everything still holds its place, but it's not in my way. Second piece, again, the side closest to the Velcro is the side that the zipper goes on. 1/8 down, 3/8 down, sorry, and right sides together, and just clip it in place. Okie dokie. Now that the zipper is all clipped into place for both of these pieces, we're going to take it over to the sewing machine, and we're going to baste them both down with a 1/8 seam allowance. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine. Okay, so we are just basting this on. If you used enough clips, you can definitely just start from either side. If you've watched any of my other videos, you know I am a sucker for not clipping enough. So if that is you and you've not clipped enough today, then definitely start from the top bit where you've matched up the 3/8, because you don't want that 3/8 to have moved at all. Whereas if you've done enough clipping, the clipping should be enough to hold everything in place exactly where it's supposed to be, and your 3/8 shouldn't move. There we go, so that's clipped or basted into place, and I'll just quickly do the other side as well. Okie dokie, there we go, and we'll head back over to the overhead view to keep moving on. Okie dokie, so now that we've gotten that zipper basted on, we're going to grab the other two pieces of the suit lining compartments. So this is for the back, that's why I've used a different color to hopefully make it easier for you guys. I'm going to do one at a time because these are massive. Okay, so we're going to match these right sides together, sandwiching the zipper in between, and we're going to clip along the top, so that's the side closest to the Velcro, as well as all along the side with the zipper. Okay, so we're going to clip that all into place. I apologize if my head is coming into view. I'm not sure how this camera angle works with how high it is. Okie dokie. Once that's all clipped into place, we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to sew along the top edge as well as the edge with the zipper at a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and we're going to be doing that with both of the pieces I'm not going to show you me clipping the other one because it's unnecessary, right? So we're clipping the top and the edge with the zipper, and the top is the one closest to the Velcro. So it's right sides together. And let's head over to the sewing machine. You'll see me rolling it up because for me, this is the easiest way to control that bulk. Okay, so follow me over and let's get sewing. Okie dokie. So these are big. So we're doing this together with a 1/4" seam allowance. So it's, like I said before when we were clipping it, it's only along the top edge and the edge with the zipper tape. This isn't a necessary thing, but I like to just quickly reverse over that zipper tape. I don't know why. I think I just feel insecure about it. Now here's a little tip that Jassy gave us as testers before we started sewing these big pieces, is that put something in front of you. Ideally it would be the same height. I don't have anything the same height, but I've got something there. So it just helps carry some of the weight, not so much with the suit pieces, but later on when you get into some of the heavier, bigger pieces, it really does help to have something to help carry the weight so that it doesn't just dangle off the table. Okay. Okay. So that's all done with the 1/4" seam allowance. Now we need to do the other piece too, but before I do the other piece, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the top corner, so the corner that is the top and the side, making sure your zipper tape shouldn't be in there, but just double check it so it's not there. We're just trimming that corner off, making sure not to cut your zipper tape. And I'm just going to give a quick little seam cut there, seam cut, I don't know, trim a little there, and then we are going to turn it right side out. I can't show you guys me turning it because of how big it is, but it's pretty simple. We're just literally pulling that corner out, right? Now, after we've turned it right side out, we're going to give those seams a nice little press. You can even use an iron to give it a nice press. I am working with Vibrant Voo, which tends to hold its shape really beautifully, so I'm not going to waste time on an iron. And obviously this whole ginormous piece here, I'm just giving it a nice little finger press now that it's been turned out right. So you've got lining side, well, I guess they're both lining anyway, the wrong side and the right side, I guess. Okay, next what we're going to do is we are going to top stitch around the whole perimeter. Okay, so I'm actually going to change my thread color. I'm using lavender and I shouldn't be using lavender for this. Okay, so let me quickly change my thread colors and I will be straight back. Okie dokie, I've changed my threads, so now I'm just going to top stitch around that whole perimeter with a 1/8 seam allowance. This is a big one. Not really, it is, it's a big piece of fabric. Okay, so we are top stitching, so this is a 1/8 seam allowance. And then basting around the base and the open edge. I moved it a little bit. Oh no. Okie dokie. That's first side done. And we're going to do exactly the same thing with the second piece. So I'm just going to do it up quickly and try not to talk through it. So again, 1/4 inch and 1/4 inch along the top and the side, and then we're going to birth it, flatten the seams, and top stitch the whole exterior, the whole perimeter. Okie dokie, so that's both of those all done. So put that aside and we will keep moving on. Okie dokie, so we've just done the suit compartment, the suit lining compartment. Sorry, this is as high up as I can get us. We can completely fit, but obviously you can see my mess. Okay, so if you haven't done it yet, we're going to reinsert our zipper pull. So I like to just double check where my front of that matches up, or the top of that matches up, and then work out which side is longer on the bottom. So this side is slightly longer, so I put it in on this side first. Obviously, this is a complete personal preference as to how you insert your zipper pull. It's just how I do it. I should move this to an angle that works for me, not for the camera, should I? Okie doke. That is on. So I'm just double checking that I'm happy. So the best way I like to check it in this one is actually to fold it in half and make sure that the fabric is kind of in line. So right now this side's slightly lower. This side is slightly lower. So I'm just going to go back to the bottom. I'm just going to maneuver that zipper tape a little bit until I'm happy with the alignment. Beautiful. Okie dokie. Okay, sorry if that was hard to watch. I'll probably speed up most of that zipper putting on process, but I'll keep most of it in because I think it's a really important step to show you guys that if for whatever reason this top doesn't line up, there are fixes. It's in your zipper. So you just need to kind of maneuver the bottom of the zipper, which end you put in first and how far in you go in. And that will hopefully help that align better, okay? It's just because we're working with such big pieces of fabric that this becomes a problem, okay? Okay, so now that we've got the zipper on, the suit compartment is now one whole piece. We are going to grab the suit compartment base piece, okay? Okay, so that's this one here for me. So I'm going to have it, we're going to have it right sides together down against this. Now, if you are at all worried about your cutting measurements, because obviously this is a giant piece of fabric, like there could have been problems at cutting. There isn't for mine. I don't know how well you can see those edges, but they line up perfectly. But if for whatever reason you are worried, find your center for the base. Your center should match the center of the zipper, okay? But that's just something to be wary about because it's such a big piece of fabric. I am going to clip one here on the edge, as you see, and I'm doing that on the other edge as well. I find that when I do that, it helps me keep my fabric all straighter because this needs to be a giant rectangle. And then I'm going to clip along that edge here. So this is right sides together. That's the base, the suit compartment lining. Okie dokie. Now that that's clipped on, we're going to sew it together with a 3/8 seam allowance. Then we are going to turn it right side out and we are going to hand press it Okay, but let's head over to the sewing machine and we'll get that sewn on. Okay, follow me over. Okie dokie, this one's a biggie. Okay, so we are sewing that together with a 3/8 seam allowance where we clipped before. Yep, so just make sure you have enough space, because we really are starting to get into the points where everything is just big. Okie doke. So 3/8. Okie doke. So that's all sewn together. What we'll do now is head back over to the overhead, because this is it's just too big. So I think I need to head back over to the overhead to show you guys the next step. So let's go back up. Okie dokie. So we're back over at the overhead. So now what I'm going to do is so that's what we just sewed together, the base. So I'm just going to flatten that seam. I'm going to give it a nice, really, really good press, okay? Now, what I am working with here is Vibrant Boo from Sewfisticated Craft. So it does hold its shape really well. So I don't need to iron it down. But if what you are working with is not quite as malleable and needs to be ironed, give it a quick little iron. So you do want that pressed open pretty well. Now, next thing is we are grabbing our lining piece. That's the giant piece. It's not going to fit on this table, unfortunately. Oh, maybe if I move my sewing machine. Let me see if I can make it fit. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'm hoping this angle's okay. I've moved the camera up so high that I can't actually even see. I can't even see the camera. It's too high. So hopefully you guys can see everything. Okay, so this is the lining piece. I've just brought it over, and that is the piece that we've just sewn. So first what we're going to do is we are going to match that base with the base here. I'm going to clip that into place as well, just along that bottom line. I'm sorry, my head is probably going to come in to the camera. Okie dokie. So I've just clipped that bottom to the lining. I've clipped that seam open so it's nice and flat. I obviously flattened it before, you saw me do it. So there is a measurement in the pattern instructions for how far down this would be from the top. So if you'd like to quickly measure it, you can. Obviously, I'm not going to do it because I am on camera. The main thing is that is level, okay? So the biggest reason why this wouldn't be that measurement would be to do with the fact that you might have cut it wrong. So if you did cut it wrong, quickly give that lining a measure. If the lining measurement is right, that means your suit compartment is wrong. As long as your lining is right, it's not going to affect the functionality of the bag. So that's the biggest thing to worry about, is the lining, okay? Now, next that we're going to do is we're going to actually clip the suit compartment down to the lining to hold it all in place. Because what we're going to do is we are actually going to base this whole thing together, base both of these sides down, sorry, I should say, at the sewing machine, okay? So, again, my head is coming into view. I am sorry, I cannot help it. It is just too big. I've got my sewing machine on there. I don't know if you guys can see it. Hopefully I don't knock it too much. Some of you may know I am not a clipper in general. Like, I don't do a lot of clipping. I don't tend to clip my fabric a lot. With this, you have to. It's too big. If you don't clip it, unless you have, I mean, even if you do have a flatbed sewing machine, I would assume that there is no flatbed sewing machine that is that big. Like, this is just, it's big. So you do need to clip, okay? And this is coming from a non-clipper, so clip to your heart's content. I think I'm happy with that. Now, first step, we're going to head over to the sewing machine, and first of all, what I'm going to do is I am going to top stitch that down, okay? after I've top stitched that down, so that will sew this top piece, the suit compartment, onto the lining with a top stitch. Then I am going to baste around the perimeter. For me, I find it easiest to baste the bottom first and then do the 2 long edges, okay? But it all depends on you and what works best for you, okay? So follow me over to the sewing machine. I don't know how we're going to do this, but we're going to try. So follow me over. Sorry, I moved the camera so the camera angle might have changed because I quickly thought maybe I need to show you guys how I move this. So I do it the same way that I did the suit compartment. So I just kind of roll it up, but from the top, okay? Because we're going to start at the bottom first. So I just kind of roll it like that to move it across. So the main thing is just making sure that because it's all clipped, everything should have stayed in its place, but it's just making sure that it still is. Okay, so let's actually get moving now. Okay, so we're here. We are going to top stitch. So ideally, of course, if you can do it this way, you will do it this way and you have something over this side to hold its weight. I don't like top stitching that direction because I use my sewing foot, to measure my seam allowance, which is why I have this all rolled up as a bundle. So hopefully my bundle isn't in your way and you guys can still see perfectly, but I'm just going to get that under here. Okay. And we are top stitching along that line first. Like I said, the biggest thing with this is maneuvering it. I'm sorry if I'm quiet. It's because I have to move back quite a bit further to hold this bulk up. Like I said, I don't have a flatbed machine. So this is the edge of my sewing machine, which is obviously lifted up. And then straight after that, I have about that far before it's a table. So it's a pure drop. So if I let go, might not actually show that well on camera, but I did let go there. The whole fabric drops, and because of the weight of it, you will find that things get out of alignment. So I like to hold everything as flat as I can. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. There's... Sorry, I just knocked the tripod. This looks more awkward than it is. Again, you guys hopefully aren't filming this, so you don't have a tripod to maneuver with, as well as like a lot of fabric. So it isn't this complicated without the tripod here. I have that there, which if you've watched any of my other videos, you know this is not there. It's a new addition. The reason is to help me hold some of the weight. You can't see it. Obviously, this is higher. When I do the lining bits and the bigger bits, I will actually rest it over the top. But with these smaller bits, there is a drawer in there, and that helps me hold some of the weight too. So the bag isn't just directly trying to droop onto the ground. Okay, so like I said before, after you top stitch that, you're then going to sew that bottom edge. Well, you're supposed to baste around the whole perimeter. I like to do the bottom first and then come back around and do the long edges. So with that in mind, I am just going to come down and do this. And then across. Whoop. I am losing clips everywhere. As you can see, even as I'm doing this, the long edge, I'm not unrolling it. Well, I'm unrolling it as I go, I should say. To me, I just find it easier that way to handle the bulk. So... Okie doke. So I've done that first side now. Now what I like to do, because obviously you saw with how big it is, I still had a little bit of shifting. I just want to double check that where I've clipped the other side is equal to where this one is now sewn to. So if it's not, I'm just going to maneuver it a little bit to make it fit right. And then I'm going to baste it down. Okay, so just give me 2 seconds. Okay. Oh, actually, it still all measures up right. Okay, so I'm now doing the other side. I'm going to actually do the other side from the bottom up. For me, it's just easier to deal with less fabric, to be honest. Okay, so it is heavy. Okie dokes, that's all sewn together. So we'll quickly head back over to the overhead and we will keep going. Okay, so we've sewn that all down to the lining. That is all done. The main thing to check before you keep moving on is that everything is matched up and level. So your bottom there, I don't know how well you can see that. Those seams are lined up. My 2 pockets are lined up. My top is lined up. Now, because I am the queen of making problems for myself, in case you have any problems, most likely it will be to do with how you cut the fabric. Because of how big these pieces are, it's very easy to cut it off by like 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, even 1/2 an inch, okay? I have done that in some of the test it makes. So what I like to do is I measure both sides here, check that against the cutlass. I measured the width here, check that against the cutlass. While I was showing you, sewing, sorry, you may have noticed, I think it was on this side it was more. Yeah, you may have noticed that my suit compartment may have been longer than or wider than my lining. That is to do with how I cut my fabric. When I cut, I wasn't cutting a straight line or I was slightly off. So I double check this measurement. Now that it is all sewn on, I check it from the top all the way down to the bottom across the width, that the width still matches the cutting list. If it didn't, I trimmed it to make it cut. If it does, then we're all good. We're happy. Anyway, so that's all done. If you had any potential issues, measure, measure, measure. That is the biggest thing. It's measure it. Okay. Now that that's done, let's quickly grab the flap cover. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we are going to mark the center on that lining. Okay, I'm then also going to mark the center on here. Now this isn't necessary because realistically all we're doing is we are going to clip this into here. The reason why I like to mark that center is to make sure that everything is still centered and it's in place. So that's my center, that's my center. So everything looks like it's still good. So I'm just going to stick the Velcros together. There we go. Stick that all down. Now, there is a measurement in the pattern instructions that you can check to see if that is still correct. I have had instances where this is not matching to the pattern. Those were all due to my mistakes. So my first test to make, the Velcro I used was much wider than the pattern. So that caused a difference here. So that would be why you would have a difference there. If all of your measurements were measured correctly, it would be to do with your Velcro width, okay? So that's not something to worry about. Of course, if your flap cover is all the way up the top so you don't have a seam allowance, that is a problem. If you come too far down, that might be a problem aesthetically, but it shouldn't affect functionality unless you're literally like down here fully covering the whole flap, which I don't see how that could happen. No, that's not physically possible. Anyway, pretend I didn't say that. Ha! Okay, moving on. So that's now there. I've got my center marking there. What we're going to do now is we are actually going to grab our ruler and we are going to measure an opening along here. So it is going to be a 2-inch opening. So it's 1 inch either side of that center marking. So see, we do need a center marking, okay? And we are going to sew this flap down up until that point. I'm going to leave that 2-inch gap and then keep going to the end. We're going to come back and then we're going to do a second row of stitching as well. Now, the reason why we're doing that is so that the flap is sewn down, because right now, obviously, it's just like, bleh. And the gap is for your hanger to hang through, okay? So I am going to quickly grab my ruler. I'm going to draw that line down, and then I'm going to come straight back, okay? Give me 2 secs. Okay, there you go. I don't know how well you guys can see this because obviously you're quite far away, but I've drawn those lines there now. So I am going to sew along that top stitch line that I did before, because that would be my 1/8. From the edge up there, I'm going to come down by 1 or 1/8, and then I'm going to sew all the way back and then come back up. So Jassy does say do a tacking stitch. You can do that as well, but I found if I just do a rectangle, that's pretty much the same thing as a tacking stitch, right? And then I'm doing the same thing over on the other side as well. Okay, so follow me over to the sewing machine and we'll get sewing. Like what I've done every other time, the bottom is being rolled up so it is not in my way. Okay, now let's head over to the sewing machine, or more so, let's move the sewing machine back in. Okay, let's go. Okie dokie. So we are going to sew this down now. Sorry, the cover on now. Now, while I moved, I decided to quickly chuck some painter's tape on it. So there you go, just to make it a bit easier for me to make sure that this pocket doesn't move. I've done this cover pocket a few different ways now, and I assume most people are like me and they don't have a lot of sewing space. They probably don't have a flatbed. So what I've found works easier. So normally, obviously, you start sewing from start to finish. Obviously, this is very long. Like, I don't know if you can see, that's my whole arm width. I can't reach that long. So I actually start from the second. So my opening is here. I've taped over the opening. So I'm going to start from my second opening down and then come back and do the first. So I found when I do it that way, because then I've got half of it sewed on and it's a half that's easier for me to reach, it then makes it easier to do the other one without movement. Okay, sorry, that was a lot of talking, but I think this is one of the things that warrants talking about, because it's not hard, it's heavy, it's a lot. Okay, so first of all, I am finding that marked point that I did, making sure my needle is going straight down on it. I am holding that lining taut, making sure everything's exactly where it is, and then I am starting. So this is supposed to be at a 1/8. What I found is, and it is possibly a little bit more than 1/8, I'm not going to lie, I try to just sew directly on top of my top stitching line on that, just to make it a little bit cleaner. Some people might say, why not just not do that top stitching line? I guess that's a possibility if that's something you want to do. What I found though is if you don't do that top stitch line, this is super puffy, of course, and if for whatever reason, if you were selling this bag or gifting this bag, whoever ended up with this bag decided to take this pocket off for whatever reason, I don't know why, but they might, this pocket would then show a raw edge, whereas if you top stitched it and then sewed it down, you wouldn't. So that's why I like to still do that top stitch, and then I just like to match that stitch line as best as I can. Okay, so as I'm coming to the end here, so like I said before, we are going to be doing a second line of stitches a quarter in, so another 1/8 in from this first lot of stitches. But what I do is I'm actually just going to sew a rectangle, a little rectangle, because I find that way it's easier than me doing tacking stitches and all of that as well. So I just bring it down, come down an 1/8, and then flop straight back up. Whoop. And of course, I'm now trying to maneuver bulk because I've got the bulk of the bag is all here. But at this point, I was not as stressed about it as I was when I was doing that first line, because it's basted down exactly at the right spot that I want it. Okay, so that's one of the reasons why I do that side first, because I didn't have to stretch as far. So it helps me get a nice smoother line. Okay, and here I am coming back to that mark there. there we go. So that's the first little bit done. And then I'm going to go back and do that other side too, now that I've done this side. Okay. So of course you can maneuver it and do it, turn it around the other way and whatnot. But to me, it's always about my seam allowance and what is the easiest mode to sew. And for me, it's always this way. So that's why I like to do the side that's closest to me first to make it prettier. Believe me, I've tried a lot of ways. Oh, sorry, I knocked you guys. Okay. Excuse me. Okie dokie, so that's all done. Now, if like me, you used heat erasable pen to mark those, that opening, go ahead and get that heated off now. But yeah, let's keep moving on. I'll see you guys up on the overhead. Okie dokie, so that's it. That's our lining all done. So we are moving on to the final construction. Woohoo! We're almost there, guys. Okay, so bring in your external. Whew, look at this guy. What we're going to do is we're going to match the external to the lining right sides together. Now, if you are wondering which way it goes, there is no right or wrong answer. The suggestion Jassy has made is for the back main panel to go up against the side with the zipper pocket. So that's the side with the slip pocket zipper at the bottom to go against the one with the zipper. The reason being is that this will become the back of the bag if this is against the back panel. So if this is on your suitcase and it's slid into the handle, when you open your bag from the front of your suitcase, that will be staring at you, so it's easier to access. So it kind of makes a little bit more sense that way, but it also genuinely doesn't matter. So if you put it on the other way, it's fine, okay? Now, so we're doing it right sides together. So that does mean your, what are they called? The side gussets are underneath, okay? Okay, so what we are going to do first is right sides together. We are matching the two short ends, okay? So we're matching and clipping the two short ends together. And the other side. So now that that's all clipped into place on those two short ends, what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the sewing machine and we're going to sew both of those sides together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, okay? Once we've sewn that together, we're going to birth it, or turn it right side out, flatten, and I'll talk you through it after that. Why am I giving so many steps? Okay, so sewing machine, 1/4 inch on either side. Let's go. Based. Okie dokie. So let's get this sewn together. So we are doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance along those two short ends, right sides together, external and lining. Okie dokie, so that's one side, and then we're just going to do the other side as well with the 1/4 inch. Based. I've just got the zipper pull here, so I'm just maneuvering that out of the way because I'm using quite a big zipper pull, if some of you guys remember seeing it. There we go, and that is all done. So let's head back over to the overhead and we'll get that turned out. Whew, okay, we did it. I don't know if you're too high up, I don't know. Okay, so this is where we're up to. Now, if you have excess zipper tape on the edge there, it's up to you whether you trim it or not. If you do trim it, make sure you singe it. You trim, you singe. Should get t-shirts made up. And the other side too, if you're doing it. Now, next thing we're going to do is we're just going to trim off the seam allowance corners there as well. Obviously, don't snip your seams. Don't snip any zippers. Slash zipper tapes. Okie doke. And then we are birthing it. I say birthing, but this is easy. We're just flipping it inside out, right side out. Okie doke. I say that and then I fail dramatically. Okay, there we go. So, the next thing that we're going to do is I'm finger pressing both of these short edges because we are going to top stitch along these two short edges first. Okay, so we're going to top stitch along these two short edges that we've just sewn together. Too big. Okay. Okay, so we're going to head over to the sewing machine. We're going to top stitch those two. After we top stitch those, we are going to baste the rest of this lining and exterior together along that long edge, okay? If you'd like to clip it, you can clip it together now just to hold everything in place. Truth be told, and Jassy is going to hate me for admitting this, I don't normally. I just hold it and hope for the best. No. So we are top stitching, basting. Okay, so this will be basted with a 1/8 seam allowance. And then after we baste this, we're then going to go through and bind it as well, okay? So, just again, top stitch, baste, baste. Okay. Whew. We're almost there, you guys. So, we've got clip, clip. Okay. So let's head back over to the sewing machine. We're going to top stitch first on either short edge, and then we're going to baste the long edges, bind, and we are, oh, I was going to say we're done, but we're not because we still need to finish off the clip clobbers. But top stitch, baste, let's go. Okie dokie, we're so close to the end. So first of all, we are top stitching along those top edges, like I said before. Now, as we come to the edge here, you might be tempted to just go, hey, I'm just going to those long edges now instead of going down and top stitching the other. You can if you want to. The reason why you shouldn't is because if you top stitch both ends first, then you're giving yourself a cleaner finish to help ease those long edges in, okay? Or at least that's how I feel. So because you want these top stitches to be perfect, you want them to be nice, okay? So that's why we want to do our top stitching first before we those long edges. Okay, so the other side. Okay, now that I've top stitched both of those short edges, I am actually going to just go through and baste these two long edges with the same stitching instead of bringing it out and off again. Okay, so this is just a basting. So we're just basting this with a 1/8 along that long edge, like I said before. So it's pretty easy. The hardest thing is just the size, okay? Okie dokes, that's one long side basted, both short edges top stitched. Now I just need to baste that last long edge. Bring her back. Whew. There we go. So that's both sides top stitch. Double check on the lining side and the exterior side that you're happy where everything is sitting. If you are, we're going to continue on to binding. Okay. Whew. Let me have a breathe. Okay. I breathed. So before we continue on to binding, one of the big things you want to make sure is your bobbin. Do you have enough bobbin thread? I know I do because I've recently refilled the bobbin, but double check it because you do not want to run out of bobbin thread right now while you're doing this. Okay, so let me shuffle about and we'll get this binded. Whew. Oh, it's stuck. It's stuck. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to, before we get binding, I'm just going to clear up some of these loose threads because obviously I have threads sticking out everywhere. So I'm going to clean those up and then we're going to keep going. Okay, let's jump straight in. If you are not doing the cover clips, this is your final step. You're almost done, you guys. If you are doing the cover clip, you are also almost done, but this is not the last step. Okay, so let's get binding. So what we're going to do is, depending on the method of binding you are using, blah, 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 disclaimer, I'm using fold over elastic. So like we did on the other ones, we are folding that down at the start so that you have a nice finished edge to start with, okay? And then we are going to bind all of this together with the hardest part with this part is actually just getting it under the seam, under the sewing foot because of how big everything is. We're binding this all together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So we're just literally just binding those two long edges that we've just basted, right? Truth be told, this is actually a pretty easy bind because it's literally just two straight lines. The only really tricky thing is maneuvering the bulk and the weight. So it's just finding a position that works for you and is comfortable for you. The tripod where that is positioned does make it a little bit more tricky for me because I can't move around as much. But normally I kind of have the bulk of the stuff that I haven't sewn yet sitting across my shoulder, and then my shoulder's holding most of the weight so that it's super easy to keep going.
And on this side, it is from your binding, from the edge of the
binding. In some ways, the bind is actually even easier than the base because the basting stitch, you had to worry about everything moving, whereas with this, everything's sewn together. It's just getting that binding tape on. I have a broken fingernail, so I've just grabbed that a little bit, the fold over a little bit with my broken fingernail. So the thing that I like about fold over elastic is you can just singe it and it fixes everything. Okay, we're coming up to the end here. So what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to clean up as much of these threads as I can because I have loose threads everywhere, as I am really bad at cleaning up threads as I sew, in case that's, oh, knocked you guys, sorry. That's not been obvious. I'm going to cut that fold over elastic. I'm cutting it slightly longer than what I need because, like I did on the other side, I'm going to fold it under to make it a cleaner finish. Even though I'm folding it under, I'm still singeing that raw end because, ooh, burned my thumb. Because we still want to make sure that it doesn't show. Sorry, it doesn't fray, I should say, not show. Okay. There we go. And that's one side all binded. Now I'm going to do the other side too, but I'm just going to go quickly. I don't know if you guys saw, I broke a fingernail while I was sewing somewhere. So I'm just going to go and get that filed off because broken fingernails can get caught on stuff and it's not fun. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go do that and then we'll do the other side. Okie dokie, let's go, final one. So bring it all back and we're doing the same thing on the other side. Actually, before I go to the other side, I should double check the underside to make sure I caught all the binding. I'm pretty sure I did. I don't know if you guys saw, I was feeling it as I went. Yeah, perfect. Everything's caught, we're all good. Okay, so, whew, other side. So just like we did on that first side, we're doing it with a 1/4 inch, fold down the start and fold down the finish to hide those raw ends on the binding. Okay. So let's not talk too much and let's just bind. My hand starts shaking. It's because my sciatica is coming back again. Ugh. Okie dokie, that's all done. So if you are not doing the clip covers, that's it. Your bag's done. Otherwise, well, either way, follow me over to the overhead and let's go have a look. Yay! Okie dokie, so that's your binded Taylor pretty much all sewn up. If you are not doing your cover clips, if you are, we're going to quickly install them now. If you aren't and you're done, thank you for joining me. I would love you to continue watching so you can see the rest of the video, but if you want to skip, that's fine, completely understand. Skip to the next chapter or just bye. Okay, so we are going to mark out where we're going to put the clips for the cover clip. This is your last step. Now, here it is here. I've already pre-marked it. So Jassy has given us 2 measurements. So we're doing 7/8 of an inch in from the long edge and 3/4 of an inch down from the top zipper, okay? So the 3/4 inch down isn't from the zipper tape, it's from the edge of your fabric down. Okay, and we're doing that on all 4 corners, okay? So those 2 and these 2, I haven't cut my threads yet. So after we've done that, we are going to punch our holes on those marked spots that we did. So that's mine right there. Punch it. Yeah. Okay. And then we are going to install your snaps. So I am using hand snaps on it. I am using a handheld press, but install it however you would install your snaps, whatever type you're using. So the pokey bit goes in from underneath, and then your female bit on the top. You can put a little dot of glue on it if you'd like, just like we did on the bottom, and then install it. There we go, just like that. And we're going to do that with all 4 corners, okay? Okie dokie. That's all 4 of those snaps installed. So let's have a good look of our bag now. So, sorry, I'm getting caught. Okay, so let's open this up. So on the inside, we have our zipper pocket right there. We have our Velcros that stick down to the suit cover. We have a hole here for your hanger to come through. You also, of course, have your suit lining compartment or your suit compartment in through there. Okay, now as we close the bag up, I'll bring it around this way so you guys can see it all. Whew. It's just so much bag. So this is the first time I'm closing it since I installed the binding. So obviously my zippers are still facing outwards. I like to do my buttons up first before I close the rest of the bag. You don't have to, but I like to. I'll show you guys the other method. And then we're going to close this up. If this is the first time that you are closing the bag since you installed the binding like me, you might find that it is a little bit tight. That is normal when you've got binding around the corners, especially since you haven't given the bag time to sit or to get its shape. That's absolutely normal. What I suggest is filling the bag up. I use giant European cushions for this one, so those big square cushions. Shove it all in there, and it helps the binding take its shape. But as you can see, mine went in super easily, and it's not a problem. Of course, you can do the zipper up without doing the buttons first as well, or maybe you're one of the ones who didn't do the button or the clips at all. So if you didn't do the clips, this is what this side of your bag would look like. Obviously, pretend you don't have this clip bit here. So what some testers have done is grabbed luggage locks or S-hooks or stuff like that to close it up. I've got these, which are like luggage tag hooks. I found they're really useful as well for it. You can actually just tie the 3 zippers along just through the zipper pull, lock it in place, and that stops anyone from being able to open your zips. So it's like a security feature if you wanted it. Personally, I like the look and functionality of the clip more. That's why I did clips on mine. And you can just close your clips up if you had the clips. Okay, so the exterior of the bag, let's have a look. So we have on the front panel, we have our zipper pocket. On the back panel, we have our slip pocket, which has a zipper that becomes a luggage sleeve. Your side gussets on, oh, this is too high up. Squish the bag down. On one side, you have a zipper pocket that opens with mesh sleeves on either side. And on the other side, you have a shoe compartment to keep your shoes away from your clothes inside the bag. Now, we also have bag feet at the base, and then on either side are D-rings for a cross body strap. Now, Jassy has also released a pattern for a padded cross body strap. So I have a video tutorial for it. Go check it out as well. It'll be in the links. But yeah, that's your binded version of the Taylor all done. So yay, congratulations you guys, we made it. And ta-da! She's all done. That was a long video. Thank you to you guys who stayed along with me this whole ride. It's been so much fun. I had a blast. Again, it's Sam from Made by Ireland. Thank you for joining me. I do have links down below of the pattern, to the pattern, as well as some of the supplies that I've used. Some of these are affiliate links, so I may get a small payout for them. So if you do purchase anything from those links, thank you so much for supporting me and supporting small business. Otherwise, it's Sam from Made by Ireland. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you guys next time.